Hello, hello, hello. Are we live? Can you hear me? Did I avoid the audio issues at the start from last time? Brilliant. Cool. Well, if nothing else, that's officially the smoothest start to a stream we've had yet. So, hey, that's great. Cool. Welcome. Hey, Satisfactory 1.2. Exciting stuff. I played a bunch of Satisfactory back in the day, but I've never done it on the channel. And I honestly haven't played a lot of it the last couple of years. I think I got exposed to it first in the like update 7, 8 era and played a bunch around 1.0 when it came out, but have been focused on other things, Captain of Industry among them, the last couple of years. So excited to get pulled back into the game because I think 1.2 addresses a lot of the I guess a lot of the things that had gotten stale for me. So we are going to play on random nodes, right? That is one of the things I'm most excited about, actually, for 1.2, because I think the original map, right, is really well balanced, but static. And I don't know, I know all the places I like to build all the different things, and so I want something different. I was joking in the Discord earlier this morning that if I see someone talk about building a turbo fuel plant in the Blue Crater one more time, I am done forever. So excited to get a little bit of newness into the game. Everything else is going to be exactly these default settings, and I'm going to use this world seed right here, which will determine which nodes are which, in case you want to play along. And specifically, we are also launching. Thank you to Ring East for their hard work on this. We are launching a community server to go alongside this. And so we're going to use, I've already uploaded a save using this world seed. So you should have all the exact same nodes. And if that's of interest to you, hop into the Discord if you're not there already and follow the instructions to sign up. I think it's going to be kind of first come, first serve, but we should be able to handle a few people, which will be fun. So if you want to play along in parallel with others, it'll be fun. So let's, without further ado, get into it. So I'm thinking Dune Desert. I know it says recommended for advanced pioneers, but with random, I think it is probably interchangeable. I don't really, I want this to be sort of beginner accessible. I'll sort of explain what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. The typical thing that we do on our channel here. But with random nodes, there's risk, right? You could end up with some really bad luck or some really good luck. But the thing about the Dune Desert is there's just a high density of nodes overall. So I figure for us to get totally screwed, we've got to have really bad luck. And I actually have not actually like looked at the nodes for the seed that I posted, so we're all going to find out together. And we'll be in the same boat no matter what. Other reason I'm doing the Dune Desert is the other big thing I'm excited about in 1.2 is the truck revamp. And as much as I love trains, I have always been a little bit underwhelmed by the vehicles before this in Satisfactory. And so I'm really excited to see if I can finally build the like highway network type build that I've always wanted to make work. I don't know if it'll be my favorite thing in the longer run, but I feel like this will actually give it the best possible approach for it. So let's find out. The Dune Desert, a lot of wide open space, right? Large open spaces. So I think it fits well, and because I'm excited about all the trucking, I have had Eastbound and Down stuck in my head all morning. So that's what I'm going to name the world. So let's fire it up. Here we are, Dune Desert. We have random nodes, and here we are. Let's go. You have to decide this or anime. I hope it's at least a tough decision if you end up fading us, but fingers crossed. And Simfaust, are you in the multiplayer server already? Is it working well? Hopefully, fingers crossed. Ada, I have missed you. Love it. Short-term solutions to long-term problems is exactly the band-aid approach that I get myself in trouble with all the time. Multiplayer server's working great. Good. Glad to hear that. You're liking some of the starting nodes. That's good news. That's good news. Yeah, you're out ahead of me right now, so exciting. I love that sequence. Skipping the parachute. Well, surely we'll be fine. Let's go. She's negging us already. Acceptable. We'll deal with it. All right. So here we are. With nothing but a build gun and some hopes and dreams. Here we are. All right, Dune Desert. Is this the exact same spot, Sinfaust, that y'all have on the multiplayer server? Cool. I know where we are. I like that waterfall, actually. I've built a base sort of around that waterfall before. I like having a little bit of scenic to break up the wasteland feel out here in the Dune Desert. Cool. Well, let's do some, I guess, dismantling. Let's get the tutorial going, right? We got to get in motion. So, how are we on iron ore? First thing we need. Something close, hopefully. Sort of the opposite direction of where I was hoping to go. Let's see. How far is that, do we think? Yeah, let's go this way. If there's iron everywhere, I think I would prefer to go in this direction. That might be a little bit of a waste. We'll see. But it's too early to really think about permanent anything. We get to explore. Why no game sound? Oh, can you not hear the game sound? So I turned the music in the game off, but can you hear like Ada talking and me stabbing there? I can play around with that if not. Come here. Ow. How many times do you think I died during this stream? Set the over under. I think that's going to be our iron node right there. Yep, perfect. Ooh, and some quartz. No game sound whatsoever. Interesting. Okay. Mic volume's quite low. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I probably just need to turn up my mic's gain in general. So I'm going to mine some quartz here while I tab over and do that. Uh-oh. No, I'm not. I have to deal with this first. Okay, now I'm going to try to fix the mic. So I'm going to put a little bit more gain on here, and I hope it picks up the game volume as well. But let's find out. All right, I just cranked the gain. Is that better? Voice is clear, but the game volume is low. Did my voice just get louder? Hopefully. But the other question, of course, is still, can you hear the game volume? I will also crank up the... You know what? Let's just overcorrect. You tell me if it's too loud. That's probably not going to be our problem. How about that? How are we doing now on both counts? Voice is louder, no game sound still. Once I've done the in-game audio adjustment you just saw, give me an update if there's any change there. I guess what I should be doing with our spare time here, so to speak, is mining iron. That's actually what we need. Now it's like the videos, but no game sound. Interesting. Okay.
Next objective, use the build gun to construct the hub.
It's wild. It's
Iron
like
is a base component
quite
necessary
loud
for
coming out
all
of my
near future
computer
progress,
speakers, but
so ensure
apparently
you
my
build the
mic
hub
is
close
not
to iron
picking it up.
sources. Fix it does not pay by the
I'd rather
provider.
stream it directly from the computer audio itself. So let me try something. Voice is loud, but the game sound is low. Low is better than non-zero. Yep. Oh, is that better now? There we go. We're feeling good. Now it is audible. Okay, cool. Well, this works for me. Now you hear it through the mic. Yeah. Ideally, I shouldn't be sending the game volume through my voice mic. It should be transmitting to my streaming software, which is what it normally does with Captain of Industry, but this is actually the first time I have streamed Satisfactory. So thanks for bearing with. I think that'll work as a workaround for now. I don't think it's fun content to watch me troubleshoot audio live, so if that works, I'll figure it out before the next time we go live. Cool. All right, well then back to it. Hub. Got to place this somewhere. This is our home away from home. This will be our base for some time. I highly doubt that's where we keep it in the longer run.
Foundation built. The hub terminal and crafting bench are only the humble beginnings of a successful Fix-It pioneer, but essential for the next steps of onboarding. Once finished, the hub will function as your base of operations. Next objective, complete hub upgrade 1.
Game sound still not clear. Try one thing quickly. I just don't want to go down this rabbit hole because the worst, yeah, it's definitely just worse content to watch me troubleshoot that. Let me see something. All right, I'm going to work on something in the background. We'll see if it is actually helpful, but let's get crafting. So the first thing we need to do, right, we'll get to automate everything in the longer run, but we are going to start by turning our raw iron ore into iron ingots so that we can make plates and rods. 8 is loud and clear. Rest of the game is pretty low. Can you hear that obnoxious banging hammer sound now that I'm crafting things? Because that's what's going to give you a headache if it's too loud, I guess, right? And I can also, you can hear Ada. Dialogue volume's all the way up. The other thing I did turn down was equipment because that chainsaw just gives me a damn headache, but everything else should be at full volume here. Crafting sound is low. Okay. Other thing I'm going to do, just going to move my mic a little bit closer to the speakers. We're just going to, this is Fix-It after all. We are going to do short-term solutions to long-term problems. Crafting sound low to 0. Okay. wonder if banging sound is there but very low. All right, how about now? Did I just overdo it? I think I just connected the actual desktop audio. Can you hear banging now? As long as you can hear me metagame sound. All right, fair enough, but I'm not going to get sucked into the rabbit hole much further. Do tell me if what I did just now makes a difference at all, especially if it's a bad difference, but otherwise I think, yeah, full steam ahead. All right, so we have to advance milestones. This is the way we'll get further into the game. So we need to get 10 rods, and that's it, fix it, great, wonderful. All right, happy to fine tune from there, but I think that's going to be our big actual, like, binary change. You should hear what my desktop is generating, not just what my voice is, if that makes sense. So hopefully that is enough iron ore. Distractible enough as it is already. Kind of forget that we are, right, actually trying to progress towards a goal here. But there we go, some iron rods, and bam, there we go. So that'll give us a storage
Hub
box, which is
upgrade
nice.
1, storage and frame completed. Equipment like the portable miner can now be made in the workshop. Congratulations on completing your first milestone, the first of many providing access to new recipes and technologies for the Fix It mission. Next objective, complete Hub upgrade 2.
All right, so now we have unlocked the equipment workshop. And one of my favorite things about Satisfactory is that you can just have this to-do list over here on the right-hand side. Oh my gosh, it's great. And especially if you're in a multiplayer server, having the difference between public notes and private notes is super helpful. I love just throwing down whatever I'm working on as my recipes here because I so easily forget what it is that I meant to be doing. So we're going to get some portable miners up and running because those fellows will do what I'm doing now instead. Now the game sound is louder than yours. And that does track. That's why I had it cranked down a bit in the first place. Let's split the difference. Call it 50%. All right. So hopefully, I think that is not quite enough. We need 20. Are iron rods 1 iron ore each? I've already forgotten. But there it is. That is too bad that the iron node that I grabbed was an impure one. Won't matter when we automate things, but it does sort of slow us down to start here. Facility. 8 is pretty loud. Okay. We can knock dialogue down and keep the rest up too, so different options. All right. Cool, so 5 portable miners should be enough. Let's go over and crank them out over here. Man, I cannot wait. In the early game, I always prioritize equipment because jumping around without those springy legs and having the right kind of weapons, it's such a noticeable difference early on. So let's equip our portable miners and just drop them down here and let them go for a minute. While they're doing that, let's reorient ourselves. What are we actually looking to do here? Upgrade to... Alright, so just some more iron for now, and in fact, let's get the plates in already. And quartz is there. I guess we don't have the MAM yet, so it doesn't really matter beyond that. Let's poke around, see where we are a little bit. So water is helpful. That's one of the resources that is not randomized with random nodes. We can pull, I think, a little bit of water from here. Probably not as much as it looks like, but in the desert, that's pretty good. I don't think this river, I think this river itself is too shallow to pull much from, but we'll be happy that we have a little bit here at least to start. So let's pick another fight real quick. Oh man, I'm definitely out of practice here. Taking damage from a hog? Unfortunate. Let's go grab a slug too, huh? I love exploring in this. That's the one thing that I think Satisfactory has above other more popular, not more popular, but other popular factory games, like compared to a Captain of Industry. One of the things I like is that if I'm in the mood to build, great, I can build. If I'm in the mood to explore and bonk things, I can do that too. So I do enjoy that. It's one of my favorite parts about the
This semi-slug
first-person
species seems to
perspective.
persist entirely through absorbing and storing energy from its surroundings.
Yeah, okay, now I
Studying
think
this could
she's too
provide
loud.
new methods for improving fix-it production line efficiency. Store this potential resource for later use.
There we go. Hopefully we've dialed it in now.
Potential edible collected. If consumed before authorized as compatible with the human digestive system by Fixit, the consumer is responsible for any and all consequences. Store this potential resource for later use.
Grab a little bit of limestone. Matthias, hi, how are you? And is this going to be available on YouTube for later watch? Yes, absolutely. We'll throw the VOD up afterwards. No reason not to. What I'm thinking about in the longer run is whether or not to turn this into like a full-on, full-length edited series type of thing like we do with Captain of Industry already. I think it could be a lot of fun, but I want to make sure that it's like genuinely something that the audience is interested in as well. So I will probably take a couple days and make a decision. But this VOD, no matter what, certainly will be up, and I could see, no question, streaming. Especially if we get to check in with the multiplayer server every once in a while, I could definitely see streaming being a frequent event for this. I feel like Satisfactory is a good game to stream, you know? There's a lot of like almost mindless downtime type tasks that you can do. It's really hard to play, especially at full speed, Captain of Industry with like, while you're also monitoring the chat. It's a great way to accidentally death spiral, so. It's late for you to go into sleep. Sure, cheers, totally get that. Sleep well and enjoy the rewatch later. Yeah, time zones are fun for this, huh? Captain of Industry, ADHD kicks in if there's too many conveyors in the sky. Do you think one can just lay belts on the ground in the first section to help with the vehicle transportation? Totally. Yeah, absolutely. So in Captain of Industry, right, like put on the ground versus elevating it to make sure that, you know, trucks can get through. Absolutely. And if you're like me, you won't even mind spending a little bit on ramps so they can drive over it. I think that ends up making a good amount of sense, especially if you have to spend lifts to get them up in the air otherwise anyway. So, all right, so that's enough ingots for now. Let's go rods. Grab 20 of these real quick, and then we'll turn them in for some progress and a dopamine hit. Upgrade 2. Complete. 3.
Hub upgrade 2, power and shell.
It's going to require
completed.
us to find copper,
The smelter
which I
can
think we
turn
ran
raw
by
ore
earlier.
such as copper and iron into ingots, and the biomass burner generates power when fueled. Fun fact, most of the native flora and fauna is compatible with Fixit technology. Fueling the biomass burner with inappropriate materials will result in deductions or even cancellation of your yearly bonus.
Nice.
Next objective, complete hub upgrade 3.
All right, so we finally get to automate a little bit here. So let's get a pair of smelters up and running. God, I hate building before foundations, but we have to do it. Oh, we need wire. Yep, doy. All right, so we need copper first, and in fact, what we're gonna do is grab, in fact, I'll just take these, and we'll replace them when we get back, because I'm gonna drop these on the copper ore, because it is further away. Over here? Oh, that actually is not the one we walked by earlier, but it is slightly closer, so yeah. What I should have done is stop by that previous one and see if it was pure or not, because that could make a difference, but c'est la vie. Bases don't have long conveyor belts in the first section, which you find takes too long for parts. Yeah. Yeah, I don't love long conveyor belts in general in Captain of Industry. I think the trucks do a pretty good job. As long as you have the bandwidth. All right, a little bit of copper. Let's get it in here. Oh, of course, no space because I just picked up all this crap, right? Duh. No problem. I should have left the iron ore at the base, but we'll just put it in a pile here. And actually, I guess we were just gonna drop these anyway, so that'll be the better way to do it. But we're gonna need some space for copper ore too, so let's grab these. exciting stuff. So I played a little bit, very briefly, on the experimental branch, because everything that's available right now has actually been available on the experimental branch for a few months now, I think. I want to say going back to like, what, February? So I'm sure there's some folks in the chat who have more experience with it than I do. So if you have thoughts or suggestions, please let them rip. That should be enough for some wire, right? We just need a little bit for now. Grab our pile back here, and away we go. It's nice that personal transportation is such a pain early on because it makes the difference when we actually are able to improve it so much more meaningful. All right, so same thing with copper that we did with iron, right? We need to turn the ore into ingots. Again, space in my inventory. Can't wait till we upgrade that, but let's just drop all the iron ore in there and crank out ingots. No reason not to turn all the ore into ingots, essentially. But we don't need that many. Wire is an expansive production. We can go 1 to 2, so we only need, what is it, like 8 for a smelter? So I'll just make a few here, and we'll get a couple smelters going, and we'll actually be automating, which is exciting. So, call it, I don't know, 2 of these to start. We'll have to feed them by hand anyway. What did I just do? Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Here we are. There we go. All right, now of course these need power. Hey, cool thing. I'll have to make cable before I can show this off. I got all excited. You can daisy chain now in 1.2. That is hugely helpful. Hugely helpful for me, at least. Yeah, drives me nuts setting up an individual power pole for each machine because that's what I had to do to keep things organized. I know that's probably not the absolute requirement. You can connect a bunch to different poles, but I found myself deleting and rebuilding stuff all the time if I didn't keep it all clean like that. So I am extremely excited for this because we can go from here. Oh, I guess we have to manually build the power pole. Is that it? Oh, we don't have the power pole yet. Is that right? Interesting. I don't remember that being interesting. Am I being silly? How can we have power lines without poles? Do we just get to do this directly? I guess we do. Okay. So that's new. So now we can connect this, maybe not directly to this machine. I was told there was daisy chaining. Well, we can do maybe this. Still no. This is why we need the pole, I guess, as a connector individually there. Fine. Nevertheless, we have this guy, which is nice. Let's feed this thing so that we actually have some power. Lovely thing about biomass, it only draws the power that you need. It doesn't burn it regardless. So that is one of the things I like about biomass, and actually why I tend to keep it around for a decent amount of time. Daisy chain's a research thing. Yep, okay, that sounds familiar now, actually. Thank you. Yes. Research. Yep. Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and just throw some of these guys in and turn in the parts we need here, I guess, right? So we have 14. We need to grab 6 more. Easy enough. Do that real quick. And then we need, what, 20? Yep, 20 plates. No problem. And 20 rods. Slight problem. Not really, though. Let's turn in what we have, and then go grab the bits of iron that have already been built. Keep that thing in motion. More rods. DOJJ, hello and good afternoon to you as well. Hello, hello. Bam. Upgrade 3. Done. Cool.
Hub Upgrade 3, Interior Furnishing, completed. The constructor can produce simple parts, and power poles allow for the expansion of the power grid.
Alright, now we have
When you make
poles.
the inevitable mistake, Fix-It's dismantling feature is designed to salvage all
So we need some
resources
concrete,
used during construction, in line with
which
our
we
zero waste
did
policy.
pick up a little bit, if I
We
remember
understand
correctly.
that Fix-It
Yep, there we
pioneers
go.
are only human, and thus
So,
prone to error.
Craft a
Next
bit by hand
objective,
here, although this is
complete
definitely one of
hub
the first
upgrade
things
4.
to get going in a constructor. And we do have a node nearby, which is great. Happy about that. So let's get one of these poles in here. Nope, still need a little bit more wire. Do we have any more? All right, good. So as soon as we set that pole up, I'll connect the other smelter, and we'll have that one do copper. Although I swap back pretty frequently, based on whenever we need. There we go. Cool. All right, so that's a good start. What do we need now? We need to scale up some more plates. Frankly, what we could use is a constructor, maybe two. So what do we need to make that? Do we have... Yeah, we need reinforced iron plates, that's right. Okay, but two of them, and just a little bit more cable, which is easy enough to do. So reinforced iron plates, new recipe. We need iron plates, as the names suggest, and a bunch of screws. Yeah, there we go. Screws are everyone's favorite. What automation style games have I played, and my number one favorite thing in each? Yeah, so if you call Satisfactory and Captain of Industry, nice, there we go, first power fuse. If you call them both automation games, which I think is fair to do, I think the thing that I like about Satisfactory is it's very chill. There's no like, it's really hard to death spiral compared to something like a Captain of Industry. Power, the thing I just let get in our way, is I think the biggest exception to that. But it's a very like, I find it very Zen garden, you know? You just kind of bop around, do whatever you feel like doing, and so on and so forth. Captain of Industry, I really like the challenge of it. I think it is, you have to be like actively paying attention all the time, and whatever your intention or your goal is for the playthrough or the setting, you know, the time you're playing, like, okay, you're going to try to do that, and you'll probably even get it done, but you're also going to have to deal with whatever the game throws at you in the meanwhile, because it's just too complicated to perfectly predict everything. So it's a lot of reacting and keeping balls up in the air. So, you know, I think each game scratches a different itch for me, but I do like all of that. And then, like, I don't know, would you consider like the Anno series an automation game? Those just have really fun vibes, I think. I really like the historical vibe of 1800. I don't know, I wanted to like 117 a little bit more than I ultimately did, but it's it's like another kind of chill vibe as well. Games that I haven't played that I know I need to, or haven't played enough to have a strong opinion on. I'm not someone who's played a ton of Factoria. Like, that is definitely my big blind spot in the genre, no question. I also have been meaning to play Dyson Sphere Program for about 1 million years now, and haven't yet, so that one's on my list too. I think, yeah, I've probably played more of the like city builder end of things than the full-on automation style. I mean, I don't know if that's really true, but I've played a bunch more like, I guess, juggling a base type of thing, like even more like a Manor Lords or a Foundation or games like that. I mean, they're all games that have an internal economy, and so they're all automation in some sense. I just like things that have a complicated system that you have to figure out how to manage and get to do the thing that you like. I have a ton of hours in Victoria 3 because I love the complexities of like an economic simulation. So I don't know, that was a long and wandering answer to what was actually a relatively direct question, so apologies, but that'll happen, especially when I'm multitasking. How about you? What do you like? What do you play? Nope. What do I need here? Still need to be reinforced iron plates. That's what I'm doing. Good lord. So we need proper iron plates into reinforced iron plates. Here we go. And not enough space, of course. Cannot wait for the equipment upgrades. 1 and 2. Great. So let's get a constructor going. This will be another... Damn it. Not yet. And yeah, I threw all my copper into this one. We'll probably have to go make a run soon. Oh, there it is. Good. I'm also regretting not setting up stairs. This is my only entrance approach. Alright, wires. And cable. There we go. Finally, constructor. You know what? I'll even have it face the other way, thinking ahead to when we have belts here. Alright, let's start with plates. I think that's going to be our biggest limiting factor right now, other than the cable I keep not making enough of. You like hearing about what others enjoy about these style of games, can't play Factorio. Colorblindness. Yeah, that's so true about Factorio. I am not colorblind, but I can immediately understand how that would be hugely a pain. The overall color scheme in that game is, I don't know. I don't pick a game like that because of the aesthetics or whatever, but it never did inspire me. That's what I get for talking poorly about Factorio. I have no power again. Yeah, so the one thing that is not ideal, I will say, about our start out here is that there's not a ton of biomass for power, so that's definitely going to slow us down a bit, but that's alright. It just pushes us to go out and explore more, something that I do enjoy about this game for sure. Hey, slugs. And combat. Really just brute forcing it with our little starter stabby guy. Slugs are good though. And how about this little area out here? Can we just hoover up all of this? Man, I still remember when I was first playing this game, I didn't realize you could press and hold E to just pick up everything that you're walking by, and I was just mashing it, which was my personal version of the, like, people don't realize you can just press spacebar for crafting, press and toggle it, not even press and hold. You agree on Captain of Industry, the challenge is your favorite part of that one. Constant balance, keeping all the plates spinning while stressful is a type of fun. Yeah, it is. It's a type of fun, and I'm not always in the mood for it, right? Sometimes you just want to chill, and it's not that kind of game as much as I enjoy it. I mean, it can be, right? You can just put it on either, you know, creative or whatever, right? You can always adjust the settings, but I don't know, when I start playing it, I have trouble toggling it back and forth in my head like that. It's just like a different, it would be an entirely different game to play it in that manner, if that makes sense. I don't know. Okay, while we're out here, let's just grab a whole bunch of this. I'm really not interested in making a ton of these runs, so let's just fill our inventory, especially while we're down along this river here. There's a lot of good stuff growing in here. And I think I saw a coal node, actually, which means we can probably get a coal power plant up earlier than I otherwise typically would, which would be nice. Doesn't have to be a massive setup, but we have a decent amount of water around here that'll be helpful, so... Ooh, and quartz. I want my jumpy pants ASAP, so definitely grab all the quartz I can find. And keeping an eye certainly out for wood, particularly on these runs. It goes a lot further than the leaves do. I'm a little bit less familiar with where the wood patches are in this area. Some starts I'm better. I know a couple like clusters of trees in the grassy fields area that have a whole bunch of them. That's the ticket right there. Some wood. We can also, eventually, when we get the right recipes, turn these hogs into biomass and just burn hogs. Hey, fella. So, what I'm thinking, and I sort of briefly mentioned at the very beginning, I've tried in the past to build bases, even in this biome, where I had blueprinted out like a whole bunch of like highway blueprints and all this. I was going to do everything by truck, and yeah, I didn't really, the old system didn't work so well for me. I think a lot of it was just like the requirement to set up a manually dictated route every time, even though you can throw multiple, or could throw multiple trucks onto the same route. It just was such a high, it wasn't really, but it was a high mental barrier to entry on setting it all up. So I'm hoping that this, the new system, which is shorthand, is just, it's a lot closer to the way that you program train setups. I'm hopeful that that makes it feel a little bit easier for me to get into. I don't know. Anyone who's spent time on the experimental branch have a take on that? That's conjecture and hope for me right now, but probably knowable if you have if you've played it yourself a decent amount. All right, so now that we have power, this should be finally, yep, there we go, making some plates. So, perfect. Let's get those out there and get a little bit more ore in to the smelter itself. And in fact, I'm gonna get a couple more portable miners going too. And this guy, they're both on iron ore, okay, great. The variety with Satisfactory is what we've always enjoyed most. Yeah, totally fair. Being able to switch between the factory building, exploring, and combat is a nice balance. Yeah, absolutely. So I think about it like, okay, so I started playing this game that just launched in early access as well. It's called Windrose. It's like shorthand is Valheim, but like Pirates of the Caribbean vibe. And it's a game that really has like struck me as, you know, if you want to do crafting, if you want to do combat, if you want to do building, if you want to do the RPG stuff, there's like 5 different things that you could want to do, and it does a really good job of balancing them and giving you the opportunity to just sort of scratch whichever itch you're feeling at the moment. And I totally agree. I think Satisfactory is very similar like that. Like Captain of Industry, or as I sort of have played it, Factorio is like, you do the one thing, and if you're loving the one thing, great, that is not a problem. But yeah, if you're not feeling the one thing, you're probably going to play a different game. So I think particularly with multiplayer, it can be I think that's a really important aspect as well. If you're feeling like hunting and gathering and I'm feeling like building, perfect, no problem. That's a beautiful balance. Windrose is awesome. You're heavy into it. Nice. Slowed down a little bit with Subnautica too, but yeah, Windrose Creek. Yeah, it's fun, right? I've really been enjoying it. I feel like it's been a really good, I was going to say a really good year for games already, but it's been a really good couple years for games. Just feel like a lot of great stuff has come out lately, and hopefully it continues to. I mean, there's plenty scheduled already that I'm still excited about too. So yeah, we're very lucky. We're very lucky, I think, particularly in the genres that we've been talking about, but just in general. A lot of good stuff out these days. All right, hopefully that is all the plates we need. It is, and upgrade 4. What do we get?
Hub upgrade 4, landing platform and utilities
Belts.
completed.
Let's go.
Conveyor belts connect the output of one building to the input of another and transport resources.
Straight build mode was an absolute godsend.
Portable miners, obviously, do not have a connection for conveyor
when that came out. That was that 1.1? I think that was 1.1.
Visually or functionally, that they can be connected to portable miners.
All right, so now then we'll want a second one to connect to this one,
has alternative uses for all their pioneers.
Go copper.
Next objective.
So let's make a quick copper run. How's my inventory? A thing I need to remember proactively this time. Can I build storage yet? Personal storage? No, I guess not. Okay. Let's dump the inventory. And just bring back as much copper as we can. Remind me where that was? Out this way, right? Oh yeah, I can see the miners. There they are. I've also seen, you were talking about silly metas earlier in the Discord. Back in the day when the little tiny factory carts were technically the most efficient way to move things around. I've also seen, technically this doesn't matter the purity of a node. If you're willing to collect them individually, you can get thousands and thousands of ore per minute out of this node with a whole bunch of miners. You'll never catch me doing something that manually intensive, but someone did a whole like mathematical breakdown, which is funny. The plate is full, but looking forward to when you're able to make some time for DSP. I think it'd be itch to get back and do it yourself. Yeah, there's so many good games and games I would love to play, like both individually, just as a person, but also for the channel. My God, I wish, yeah, there's not enough time in the day. Like, I'm already sitting here trying to decide, to what extent do I want to take my eye off the Captain of Industry ball to mix in something like Satisfactory, and then there's just a million things. So one of the things I really want to do is create structural time for that. And I've kicked around this idea that I think I should be able to spin up over the course of this summer where I do some sort of like, in my head I've been calling it like a free play Friday, where I just hop on and stream something like this. And it's probably not something that we're doing an edited series of. And I just sort of try out like, oh, someone, has recommended workers and resources, a million times over the last year and a half. And I saw it was on 75% off, so I just grabbed it, and I'm gonna learn it on a stream and just like try it out. I would love to do more of that. I know it's not quite the like polished, here's everything I know about the game that you might find helpful type of approach that I would take with some other, edited videos. But at the same time, that's so much more fun, I think, in a different way. So. Sinfaust, hey there. I'm sure you guys are way ahead of me on the multiplayer server at this point, right? Since I'm just wandering around here. Let's get, that's what I was trying to do, a second constructor up and running, good lord. All right, that means we need more reinforced iron plates, so let's just add 2 of those. So, some screws, which means rods, which means iron ingots, great. Any spares? Of course not. Got to get it cooking. Actually, before we do anything else, now that I think about it, we need to get some portable miners going over here now too, since we bogarted all of those for the copper side of things. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove the reinforced plates part for a second. All right, so I need 10 plates and 20 rods. Great. Let's go get these down because we are out of iron ore otherwise. Three, 4, and 5. Man, I was, we've just been talking about factory games, but I was in the comments with someone I've already forgotten, and I apologize, but talking about, like, D&D. Like, I got into BG3 out of nowhere last year, and how much fun that is, and coming up with builds and stuff. That is so far outside of the, the genre of the channel so far. But, it's just like, everyone has a varied set of interests, so I'm interested in lots of different games. Could you use your Discord to put up a vote of games you have on your list for free to play Friday? Yeah, absolutely. Leave it to the community, 100%. So that's one of the things that I was thinking about, especially with like channel memberships. Not that I want to make it exclusive to that at all, but just some sort of low stakes way to show appreciation there is at least sort of prioritize if there's something that members are particularly interested in. But we have a lot of great participation that has nothing to do with membership status as well that I would want to continue to react to and to encourage and reward and all of that too. So no, totally, I agree. And I can just be like, hey, look, here are the 5 games I have purchased but not yet not yet fired up. Pick one. What are you thinking? So totally agree. What am I doing? I'm making a constructor. Yep, so need to get through screws. And plates. Probably need some wire too, I would imagine. Let's make a good amount of that. I think wire is what we're going to put into that other constructor as well. Because if we need to make it into cable afterwards, great, but we need some wire by ourselves as well. All right, let's do it. Logistics unlock. Damn, you guys are crushing me. Which is awesome. All right, let's go. So yeah, so we can't daisy chain quite yet, so I want to go there, but that means I need concrete and wire. Oh no, am I out of concrete? I think I am. No, I have some. Good. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's another constructor for wire, and then we should probably get concrete spun up. I'm really just like, I need foundations yesterday, so... And there we go. Cool. Alright, let's feed in a little bit more ore. And how is thing... Yeah, okay, so we need to get our copper ore as well. Copper. Iron. And then I think we're going to make a few more of these guys and run over to that concrete node I saw. Nice thing there is we don't have to smelt it. We can run that directly into a constructor. But I should just dump what I just picked up. Cool. Alright, let's see. So, a handful of miners. I mean, we're close to unlocking the, like, actual standing machines that we can use for mining, so I don't want to overdo it on that front. But at the same time, we need some concrete. Yeah. Okay, is what it is. So we're going to make 5 more of those guys, which means some more plates, rods. I know I've done this like 5 times now. I should have it memorized. Alright. Actually, yeah, we have plates in here. What am I doing? What I actually need is some ingots. Or, I guess, just to convert this over to rods, which is probably a good thing to do now that we have 140 iron plates at this point. So, cool. Let's make at least what we have into rods, and then, you know what, if we have like 3, I think that's enough. We don't have 3. We have 1 and not quite 2. Great. Now we have 3. We'll call that good. Alright, now where the heck was that? I actually like don't even remember, but I know we had a limestone node. Yep, cool, great. Easy. Trying to think, where should we set up our actual base once we have jump-started everything here? This little platform's not a terrible spot. Something to think about. These are all sort of impure nodes. Do we have the map yet? No. I suppose we'll grab a little bit here ourselves. Go ahead and clean that up. What do we need? 20, 50, and 75. This is cranking out in the background, no problem. Ah, some problem. I swear to God, every time I express some measure of confidence, power goes. That's alright. We have some biomass items stored up back at the base, so we don't need to go hunting already. Is there anything more triggering than the sound of the power fuse blown in this game? It kills me every time. I just feel like it's a personal failure on my part somehow. What can you do? All right, let's grab that then. I swear I had more. What the heck did I do with it? Did I just... I think I just put it in instead of taking it out. Is that what I just did? Yeah, it is. Jeez, goodness. All right. And there we go. So, let's make the concrete we need. And this won't be quite enough. We'll have to do one more run, but that's okay. We should be... Let's top off the ore before we do it, but we should be in a pretty good spot. Oh, no, I can't math. We're set, actually, on concrete. No problem. Regardless, let's top off the ore. And do we have 75 out here? No, too much to ask. But we can snag the excess ingots and crank out a good number of them ourselves. I think the bigger deal, though, is we should do the wire, because we'll have to construct the cable ourselves. We don't have a constructor doing that. So, 50 cable coming right up. And then we'll turn the rest into rods, and hopefully that timing will be good for the remainder of them, and I think we'll be able to drop off in pretty short order. Cool. What do we have here? Enough? Hopefully? Not even close, good lord. Okay. Never mind. I had more faith in the speed of a constructor than I probably should have. But... 73, please. Hopefully there's two. There's gotta be two. 4 even. Brilliant. Alright, cool. On to upgrade 5. What do we get? More inventory.
Hub upgrade
Lovely.
5, power expansion
Miners.
completed.
There they are.
The
Cool.
miner, unlike portable
Very good.
miners, can be connected to conveyor
This will increase our
belts
power
and requires
demand.
power to function.
So we have to do
Caution,
something here.
As you expand, the energy
I wonder...
demand of your production
Yeah,
may
we can't get the
exceed
chainsaw
capacity
until we
of your
get
power
to...
grid.
Here it
The
is.
onboarding
Perfect.
program
So
was
let's
established
get
because
this
fixit pioneers often
biomass
experience
upgrade.
memory issues after
And then the
planetfall.
chainsaw, I think, is
If you are
relatively
experiencing
shortly
nosebleeds,
thereafter.
nausea, existentialism, or an itchy scalp, there is no need for concern. This should pass within 5 to 7 workdays. Next objective, complete hub upgrade 6.
So... I think we're just going to let this cook for a minute. And then we're going to have to go run and grab more concrete anyways. So everything's topped off before we go. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's do a quick concrete run. Is it 3 to 1 or is it 3 to 2? I always forget, but I think that's enough. 227, hopefully. That gets us to 50 concrete. So we'll craft that real quick, and hopefully... we're definitely going to have to do some supplemental work on the iron front. There's no way that our single constructor gets the rest of that done in the same time frame. So be it. That's alright. So much manual construction early in the game, huh? I do like I don't enjoy the phase, but I like it from a game design perspective that you have to do that, because it really does make the upgrades feel impactful. Satisfactory does a really good job of that, I think, across a bunch of different levels, like personal mobility. The upgrades for personal mobility in this game are insane. Right now, running around like this sucks. Eventually we have a jetpack, and one of the smoothest, most glidingly easy ways to get around in a factory building game. It's shockingly cool. I really enjoy that. Actually, I forgot we had all those plates already, so that's a better start than I maybe thought we had. And that's enough wire. It's going to be my problem child iron rods for sure. Okay. Do we even have? I don't think we do. I don't think we even have some extra here. Alright, well, crank it out the old-fashioned way, I guess. Oh, how's life treating everyone? Not bad for a Tuesday, huh? It's been like weirdly hot a little bit the last week or two in the northeast U.S. and we've had a slight reprieve the last couple days. I've been really happy about that. I'm not the sort of person who enjoys the heat, unfortunately. But summer's coming. What are you gonna do? Let's grab some iron ore here. These guys are idle, if nothing else, but I think we actually do need some more ore here. Get that moving. What do you have for me? Ah, almost enough. Alright. I'm just gonna wait at this point. I could grab the ingots and make it myself, but it'll take just as long, so let's let it keep going. 99 and 100, and we're off. Six.
Hub upgrade
And that's it.
6.
So we're
Landing
finally out of tier
platform
0.
hydraulics
Great. So
completed. Freighter landing
logistics.
initialized.
Oh gosh, I'm finally catching up to the multiplayer server.
You
That's
have
not good.
completed onboarding and achieved the
Well,
absolute
it is good.
minimum
It's just
skill
not good. It took
level
this long.
required of
All
a
right. So what do we want to
Fix-It pioneer.
prioritize?
Fix-It looks forward to your future achievements because a future with Fix-It is a future
I think it's the
with
chainsaw.
you.
I think I need the
Tier 1 and
chainsaw.
2 milestones
All
are
right.
now available in the
Deal.
hub, and biomass burners
So
can now be built individually. Your first official
going
objective
cable.
is to initiate Project
And we're gonna have to
Assembly
make a ton
by
of
building the
screws,
space elevator.
which means
This
it's good we're still
objective
on
will
the
take a
iron
significant
rods.
amount of resources, so Fix-It recommends getting to work.
Take all this wire, turn it into cable, and I think we're gonna have to go do concrete. Is probably gonna be a real pain too. Yeah, I'm not going to focus so much on the cable at this point. I think what we need to do... 500 screws is a lot. I mean, I know it's an expansive production. 1 to 4, it's still 125 worth of iron rods. How are we on that? Because that's really been our problem the whole time. Yeah. We'll probably do a little bit of supplemental there. Crank these out real quick. I suppose we could set up another constructor. Yeah, let's just do that. I think we need to. Hope our power can handle it. We'll find out. But this will just be a dealer's choice extra. We'll use whenever we need something done. One off. Oh, that's gonna be... I can't wait to clean all this up. The first stage is always just such a such a spaghetti mess, but that's alright. That's the fun of it. And there it goes. Every time. Is that a capacity thing or a fuel thing? Fuel. Wow, great. Alright, so we're at 16 out of 20. We can get the other one fired now too, but good to take stock of. Alright, while those are all going, let's go on a concrete run and quite frankly probably grab a bit of biomass while we're there. Try to keep things in motion. Maybe go along the water's edge over there. You know, normally I try to keep all of the like animal remains that you get from hunting and use those for DNA for tickets, but with the dearth of biomass out here, I don't know, I might consider cannibalizing a few of those early on if we need to. Grabbing all these little guys. I don't know, I felt like, when was it that they set up that you could belt feed into biomass burners directly? That was a huge quality of life for, well, for all of us, but I think it was also like a boost for like the viability of biomass burners en masse. And it got to the point where I kind of started skipping coal in a few playthroughs because you could just keep biomass going until you got to fuel. Field research unlocked. Cheers. Oh, you got the MAM already? Man, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. It's cool though. I'm gonna get that chainsaw. Yeah, exactly. Once we have the chainsaw, the few trees we have will go a long way. Exactly my hope, at least, but also my belief. So, oh, are we out of ore over here? Let's see. Oh, cool. So we actually have exactly enough here. Yeah, do you think the chainsaw is the right thing to prioritize right now? Just from a min-max perspective? I think I'm doing it mostly just from a quality of life perspective, if nothing else. But, oh, actually, we can go to biomass. We should be doing that. That's actually a better way to... This is more efficient, I think, as well. Because that's the other thing that's helpful with the chainsaw research is there's even one more... what is it? Is it compacted biomass? I totally forget, but... The fancier version of biomass. Solid biofuel, that's what it's called. That's even more efficient than everything we're using here. Wood. Wood is so helpful. Alright, there. That should buy us a little bit more time at least. You're not working. Why are you not working? More? Great. Actually, you know what? Let's put this one on concrete. Copper going, of course. Go, one more. Or go. And honestly, I don't need this in my inventory. What are we doing out here? Still more. That's the first setup you go with too. Get the biomass set up, 12 burners. Yep, load them up, buy as much time as possible. Totally. And it holds you over until coal. Yeah, and the beautiful thing about it is, like, if you've overbuilt it, who cares, right? It only draws when it needs to, which is my favorite part about it. I usually keep that setup around long term as well. Like, worst case, it's just some emergency power when I would otherwise trip a fuse. And you always have crap that you need to unload when you go off on a little expedition, so you can add the liquid biofuel processing to that setup as well, and then you've got your solid jetpack fuel. Yeah. Yeah, in a lot of ways I picked the wrong biome to showcase all of that, but we'll get to it in a moment. Oh, screws. It's always screws, isn't it? We need some cable, though, too. I'll go grab some wire. A couple containers leading constructors, gonna use solid biomass, and then belt feeding into burners. 100%. 100%. This is the way. I will also say that feeding into biomass burners is like the one place where I'll actually do balancing instead of manifolding. Because unless your belts are backed up, because who cares at that point, but it does actually distribute it evenly. Power is where that can matter, I guess is the point. Probably have to help out with some iron rods here. And then I think hopefully the concrete we put in 100, so we should probably be getting out a decent chunk. Get out like 30? Yeah, I think that's right. I think we're keeping things traveling towards the right goal here. Base building unlocked. Man, just rubbing it in. Just rubbing it in. How many folks you got over there? What's my manpower disadvantage, I guess? Not just an excuse, just curious. Alright. Bam, bam, bam. Kill that chainsaw. And then, of course, it's going to cost me a decent chunk to build, right?
Milestone reached. Solid biofuel, created from any biomass, ensures maximum efficiency of biomass burners. To aid in biofuel production, the chainsaw allows for the removal of tougher wood and coral foliage. Additionally, your pocket dimension has been inflated to increase inventory size. Inspirational note: will you be the Fix-It employee
Just
of the
you?
month?
Oh my god.
You
Oh
could
my
be
god.
if you
Now I'm
construct,
definitely
automate, explore, and exploit by
getting my ass
eliminating
kicked.
all obstacles to efficiency.
That's awesome.
This isn't
Well done.
just fun; it's contractually mandated. Fun, fun, fun.
Alright, that should be enough rods to get us the screws that we need, and hopefully the plates as well. 5 we need? Yeah. So that does mean a couple more plates. Now we're finally through that big pile of plates we made. 1 and 2, and just need some screws. And probably some more rods, because this is going to use the rods that we do have. Get the lead out. Hammer down. Let's go. Just need that afternoon cup of coffee to kick in, so I'm working on it. I'll be there. I'll be at top speed soon. Alright. Surely we have 10 rods right now. Perfect. Let's get a chainsaw. Oh, beautiful. I'm so excited. Let's go. Alright. Now, you're absolutely right. This should go a long way. And in fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to dump all of my ore before we even go out there, because I want to come back with enough biofuel that we don't have to think about this for a while. Let's do it. Let's see. What are we deforesting first? The trees are more efficient, honestly, even than chasing down all those little bushes. And I see a slug out there. That's where we're going. Oh, damn it. I need I need fuel for the damn thing. Which we can craft out there, but it'd be nice to at least get a starter bit here. I was gonna get all the way out to a tree before I realized that, wasn't I? Alright, so solid biofuel, but we need... Can I bogart just a little bit of this? It's gonna get very mad for a moment, but I'll put it back as more efficient fuel in just a second. You do the jump slide at all? Oh, I gotta get that muscle memory back, you're right. Yeah. Especially once I get the parachute out, that's where I find it is really helpful for going up over like a hill or something. And I love that, like, my god, jump slide feels like an FPS type mobility trick, and yet here we are. Alright, so we're gonna split this stack, we're gonna put half of it in here. Hope that's enough. We're gonna come back to this. Put this in here. And then take the rest as fuel. Go take some trees. Jump slide. Jump slide. There we go. Oh yeah. Yep, that's good stuff. Alright. And they added area mode, or single versus area mode, and tree falling stuff. Animations, that's what I'm looking for, in 1.1 as well. Ow, right off the face. The single versus area mode for the chainsaw, I guess, is a nice way if you wanted to, you know, tidy up an area but leave the trees. You can do so with a bit more precision, but I don't care. I'm knocking it all down. Slug. Yeah, speaking of windrows, the number of times I've gotten myself very nearly killed chopping a tree over and having it fall on me, I like that that's a dynamic. I don't have to worry about that falling on me here, which I enjoy in this moment, but I think is a funny game design. This is just so relaxing. Some people's Zen garden is sand and a small rake. Mine is a chainsaw and aggressive deforestation. Good start, plenty left to do. Single mode is good for when you want to preserve the look of an area, but get that one tree that's sticking through your belt. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Oh, check it out. Bauxite. Cool. Random nodes. Yeah. You know, that's interesting. All the bauxite in the original map is like up in the red forest, pink forest, what do you call that? In the center of the map. And like, it kind of forced you to go that direction, or the swamp or something. I think you could kind of get, I don't even know how lucky you have to get. I bet with random nodes in general, it's a bit more viable to just play in one area the entire time. Because if you just have all the density of nodes that you need, I don't know, it feels like it's possible to not have to go very far. Like, I think they specifically said that they designed the starting, you know, the start of Green Meadows, Basic Meadows, man, my brain's toast today. The starting zone they set up specifically with like a good amount of the starting stuff, but none of it very high quality, because they wanted to push you to go out and explore. And the number of times someone posts like, oh, after 100 hours I found out this is all actually the exact same map, just different starting locations. It's good to push people out, but I feel like with random nodes, I mean, of course, it'll be random, but you may not actually have to go as far on average to find everything that you need for a playthrough. Sort of curious. The other thing that I think it does is probably breathe new life into like alternate recipes and stuff. So many of them is like, oh, there's this weird niche use here or there for it, but like, it's so rare. But it was only so rare because of the combination of nodes that existed on the map. So it feels like it probably mixes up a few things, potentially. And that was always my favorite. Like, early on, whatever hard drives you happen to get, you're like, oh, well, I won't use this long term, but right now, that's actually kind of convenient. Alright. Probably this is enough for now, right? Feels like it. Let's go back and at least get processing set up in a bit more scale. We'll get a constructor to turn either leaves or wood, and I'll just toggle back and forth between the two into normal biomass, and then have another one that turns that into solid biofuel. Probably just do the constructor we have over there already. Oh, I can ping. There we go. That's right. Another thing I really like in the Satisfactory setup. I don't have to just like move my cursor around all exhaustingly. I can just say, hey, see that? See that right there? Right there? Helpful. All right, let's start with leaves, I guess, and get ourselves another constructor here. We need iron plate and cable. Starting to actually have these numbers memorized again. 8 and 2 of these means some more plates and some more screws. One more plate. Missed it. More rods, more screws. I'm gonna have to go get some from the machine, aren't I? No. Perfect. We had just enough. Love it. All right. Let's get that set up then. And I can't daisy chain yet. I'm so excited to do it, but I can't. Ah, I need another rod to build another. All right, fine. We'll go get another rod. Oh wow, we're actually empty there. Where did I say we needed? No, we have everything now. Good. Nope, we don't. Cable. It's always something. Do it there, I guess. Get you connected, and then this, finally, will be solid biofuel. Alright, very good. Cool. So, this will be helpful to have for exactly that reason. In fact, let's just take our existing 30. That lasted a decent while, though. That was only like 24? No, okay, so we've actually gone up over. It lasted even longer. What we need to do is get this connected. So this will be our input. Ah, you got the chainsaw now, Synfaust. That's the first one I beat you to. Just saying. Sometimes I can do things fast. Alright. Let's go. Perfect. So now we have 40 capacity. No? Yes? Yeah. Cool. Alright, and plenty of biomass to throw over here. We don't have storage yet, do we? Suppose that could be the next thing we grab? Yes, we do. Incredible. Iron plates. What else? I need 10 of them? I don't think I actually have enough. Let's see. Guess we can do a little bit of manual. I think the next thing I want to get is foundations and or logistics so that I can actually get a proper setup going, both on the power side and the mining slash production side. So we're going to do, I think it's actually more important to get a storage on the input, so we'll do that first. Lined up. Come on, line up. Why did it do that? That's odd. Oh well, all of this is getting rebuilt, who cares? Oh my god, of course. That's what I get for always building a little bit too dense. And now I don't have damn plates, my god. Yeah, this is why I want everything automated. Okay. There we are. So, let's throw all our grass in there because that's the most dense in terms of how much space it takes up in my inventory otherwise. But when this is done, or full up, we will switch it over to wood and just let that keep going. So, what do we want here? I think we want to go back here. Let's see. It might be field research, actually. The map is helpful. Yeah, let's do this, and then I think we actually probably have the wire already, if I had to guess. Yeah, we do. So that's nice. Does that mean we're out of copper ore? It does, but I think I'm going to put that off so I can regret it later. Drop that here, and then we need to go plates and screws. So what I think we need to do... Yeah, we have enough here. Let's get another constructor, maybe? Let's switch this to plates. I actually think maybe we have enough screws. Let's go. You go plates, and then we'll crank out however many screws we can get from this. Yeah, plenty, plenty, plenty. Cool. This is fun. I haven't played this game in a minute now. It's nice to get back into it. I can feel the pull, the draw, the oh my god, I need to be past this stage. Satisfactory is so good at, like, the progression, the pull of the progression. In all of these games, you're like, oh, well, I don't want to build this quite yet because I'm going to unlock better tech to do it soon. And I feel like you can very easily beat the entire game without building what you think is finally going to be your, like, proper setup. The tech is always just right around the curve, and like I said earlier, like, you really feel the difference with it. I feel like they did a really good job with that. It's super well balanced. Are you out of ore already? Let's get you fed again. Even a little bit further. And help out a little bit on this side as well. So hopefully this should get us plates, and then with the MAM, we'll be able to get a handful of helpful upgrades, I think more or less right away, from some of the stuff we picked up so far. Go Tash, welcome. You missed the beginning. Do you random nodes? Yes. Yeah. So we did random nodes, and we're starting obviously in the Dune Desert, but that's it. Other than that, it is straight vanilla otherwise. There's a bunch of, like, multipliers you can do now where you need more or fewer space elevator parts to progress and all of that. I didn't change any of that. It's just the new random nodes bit. Yeah. And yeah, you beat the game a few times and never done nuclear. I've never done nuclear at scale, all the way through, like, the Fixonium stuff. I don't know. It's so much effort for... I never really find power to be that big of a deal in the game. Like, it's not that hard to find decent sources of power at the scale that you're talking about. What I have thought about doing, and may do in this playthrough if we decide to go the distance on it, is like a mini nuclear setup. Like, just go to the smallest, most impure uranium node you can find, and just make whatever you can from that. I've just seen too many, like, posts or videos around, here's a nuclear plant where I used all the uranium in the world, and I'm like, I don't know how you even got past, like, shipping it all in via train. I'm all the respect in the world. I'm very impressed, and also it just won't be me. Like, fuel setups are so much easier. Fuel, let alone turbo fuel or rocket fuel. Oh my god. That's just, like, so much more bang for so much less buck. Which doesn't have to be what you solve for. Some people like nuclear because it's cool, and I'll totally grant that. It is cool. And like I said, those builds are super impressive, but yeah. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it to beat the game. No question. Woohoo!
Milestone reached. Supply the molecular analysis machine, referred to as the MAM, with local resources to research and develop new technologies. Potential technologies include exploration tools, weapons, and factory buildings. These are essential for maximizing your Pioneer efficiency and alignment with Fixit's core pillars: construct, automate, explore, and exploit. To advance Fixit's mission, all notable phenomena, resources, technology, or other influence should be investigated regardless of any perceived danger, as stated in the Pioneer contract.
It's the water requirements that turn you off of nuclear. 100%. Oh my god. Yeah, no, it's just like the number of fully overclocked water extractors that you need to get is just it's an insane amount. I don't like working with them either. Water extractors. They're super awkward. You can't really conveniently put them into a proper blueprint. They don't line up to the grid. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, water extractors are annoying as hell. I think one of the things they also did in this update is like fluid trains are a little bit more viable now. Fluid trains and trucks exist. So I'm wondering if that's going to make dealing with water slightly less a pain. But I don't know. To be honest with you, I'm not really holding my breath because it all still starts with a water extractor unless you're at one of those like pressurized wells. So yeah, I feel the exact same way for what it's worth about the like all those like wet concrete or like the better smelter ratios that come from doing it in a refinery. Like, yes, it's objectively better from a like resource efficiency perspective, 100%, no question. And also, I'm so tired of fields of refineries and all of the water that goes into all of that. All right, here we go. Let's crank a few of these out. Spitters.
The remains researched belong to an organism that tends
What?
to nest near
We've got
objects
hogs.
emitting
I
specific
guess
types
I
of resonance.
left everything in here.
Spitters are
Let's grab
called
all
as
this.
such due to their ability to create and spit plasma across long distances. Spitter remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may
Hog.
reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
We picked up some sulfur, right? Yep.
The remains researched belong to an organism now dubbed the
A little
fluffy-tailed
bit of
hog.
quartz.
It has many characteristics that would likely classify it among the Suidae family were it native to Earth. If you are confident you already understand the new technologies
There it
you are
is.
about to use, by all means, learn the hard way.
Ada getting lippy.
I will now assume you are an expert and judge your use of these technologies accordingly.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cool. So we do still need a little bit more here, and we don't even have frames yet. But this is what I'm aiming for with
Silica
quartz.
recipe unlocked.
Love Blade Runners.
New quartz research available.
Oh, we can get black powder right away, actually, because there's a sulfur. Actually, I guess it's not an actual what am I calling it? Node, but there is some sulfur lying around, certainly. All right, I'm gonna keep an eye out for that because black powder would be. I would like to go further down the sulfur tree for weaponry and whatnot. It's the alien megafauna one that has the rebar gun, though, right? Yeah, it is. All right, so let's keep an eye out for that too. Actually, we can keep going a little bit further here. Five of these guys real quick for research. Why do a large plant? There are enough water wells to run a power plant at each, and you could deliver the fuel to the power plant by drone and have the fuel factory in another location. Yeah, 100%. Like there are ways to work around the water extraction thing, but there are only so many pressurized nodes. You still have to do some extractions, but I don't know. It's yeah, dealer's choice on that one for sure. The man is what I'm looking for here. There's actually I think it's typically a water one, but I suppose it could be oil in random nodes. There's a pressurized water node at the north end of this biome. I kind of hope it's oil, actually, because that would be more convenient, I guess. So the way that nodes work, right? A basic oil node, I think, is interchangeable with like an iron node, I
Research
think.
completed.
So
Alien protein
that
can now be
spot that
turned into
has all
biomass or
the...
alien DNA capsules.
Sorry, I don't mean
In
to talk
addition to
over
being
Ada.
used
I'll let
for
her finish.
research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for fix-it coupons at the Awesome Sync. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
So the pressurized nodes, which can be water, oil, or nitrogen gas, I think are all one subset that are interchangeable for randomization. And then all the other nodes on which you would either put a single oil extractor or a miner are interchangeable. So the pressurized nodes aren't going to suddenly be normal nodes, and the normal nodes aren't suddenly going to be pressurized nodes. So it's two parallel randomizations within that. And I think the overall ratios are supposed to be the same as well. Desert has all sorts of animal life around there, all biomass. Yes, definitely we're going to be cooking a few of them. Has it rained yet, or the other weather? I haven't seen it yet. I did set it to be like default, so it should rain on occasion. If we haven't seen it after a certain point, I'll see if I can just change it to like the downpour setting so that we can see it. But yeah, no, I haven't yet. I haven't noticed it. I feel like I would have. I don't know. Has anyone else seen it? I haven't just missed it, have I? Alright, gotta get more rods going. Because yeah, that's another, you're asking, because that's another cool 1.2 thing. They brought back rain. They used to have rain in the game a very, very, very long time ago. I think it was even before I really started playing. But it is back now. There's sort of performance issues around... They use Unreal Engine for this, right? I think that's right. But they got it all spun back up now, apparently, which is cool. I got kind of distracted doing this. I really want the rebar gun. Kind of got distracted off of our other... I can't even do this until we have... Yeah, okay, fine. I need to stop chasing this... this white dragon. I should focus again back on base building. Sorry. Let's do that. So we should probably do another concrete run as a result. Nice biofuel. I'll top it off later. So let's grab some concrete. And back we go. Maybe I will repurpose our copper constructor, since we don't really need copper right now, and then do some concrete, because 200 is a lot. And then over here, how are we doing? 100 of these, and then we'll go over to the plate side of production. Okay, sounds like a plan. Was there anything else in here we wanted to grab while we had the open space? No, I don't think so. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I don't have 1,000 cable lying around. Although for 6 inventory slots one day, I definitely will. Cool. Alright, so we can help out with a little bit of manual construction at least. Go a bit further down the concrete side. Actually, smelting of iron is probably going to be our limiting factor. Let's focus our efforts here. Can't wait till we get the tractor. I guess that'll be our first vehicle, right? That thing's fun to zip around in. It has like a surprisingly reactive drivetrain. I don't know. It does well. It's also very top heavy. Easy to roll. Alright, swap over to plates. I guess the one place the game knowledge will still help us is, I imagine all the sloops and whatnot are all still in the same locations. Hard drives as well. Which is fine. Alright, go ahead and work on that for me. Let's check on our concrete. Needs topped off, but it's doing a good job. I don't think that's enough though, is it? Yeah, it won't be. So we need to go get more. Not a ton more, but more. So let's do that while everyone's still cooking. Top off the iron as well. Alright. Once more. Once more into the brink. What's the... literary references. Let's go. Cool. Alright, so this should be enough. Pretty sure. Yeah, now I'm sitting here wondering where the hell the rain is. Is this... I guess we've got, like, clouds and whatever is in the air. Just more like particulate matter than anything else, though, so I don't think that's rain. It's supposed to. The cool new loading screen had a whole bunch of rain, so it's definitely a thing. And because we are actually belt limited right now, speed this up a little bit by just topping off his internal storage buffer. It is a desert. Yeah, okay, fair. Fair point, man. Once more into the breach. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Somewhere, an old English teacher of mine is very mad at me and doesn't know why. Alright. Keep her going. How are we on plates? We getting close? Yeah, perfect. So it's just, now it's just some concrete. Okay. So that's 100. He's going to get through 30 with his existing stack, so let's try to match that. Once more into the breach. Is that World War One? That is just like one of those like phrases that's seared into my brain for reasons I should probably remember but can't. Fuse blown. Damn it, man. No, that's fair. Go hard drive hunting. Yeah, 100%. Oh, yeah. I'm a huge supporter of early game exploration. What I want to do is just make sure that we have some basic material productions going so that it's productive while I'm gone. And the moment I feel comfortable about that, I am out of here. I'm out of here. I would love to get the rebar gun first as well. I feel like that's a huge unlock for accessibility to certain areas because you can clear certain enemies. So that's what I'm thinking. As soon as we have just like some basic smelters going, automated power of a minimum viable amount, and the rebar gun, I am heading out. We're going to see what we can find. Alright, I'm faster than you are, Mr. Machine. I will be taking these. Let's go. Henry V. Hamlet. Nice. Okay, not World War One. The hell did I get that idea? Oh, we're short. Short 5. Alright. Henry V. Nice. Man, I was just in Scotland a few weeks ago, and we were, I don't know, bouncing around, and there's like a whole bunch of monuments and whatnot dedicated to the Jacobites, they're called, yeah. And it was super interesting, and it really got my like my history curiosity going. So I was like, oh, Henry V. Like, all right, which guy was that and everything? Obviously, I know you're talking about the play, but he was also an actual king and stuff. Never can remember. There's so many of them. They all have the same name with a different number and all that. Scotland's gorgeous, though. Oh my god. Alright, so this should be enough for base building, finally. Let's go. What do we queue
Milestone
next?
reached. Several new structures are now available for improving factory organization. Foundations provide a building grid, which makes it easier to manage placement of any structure. In the event that you are experiencing amnesia for all events prior to planetfall, be reassured that memories of beloved humans and/or animals would have only been distractions from your important mission.
Thank you, Ada. So we're back to grabbing some copper for the first time because we want to get logistics. Before we get going, we need splitters and mergers. All of our existing belt connections we can't adjust if we need a different ratio of machines. So we will definitely need to get that going before we can dip, but after that, I think we'll feel okay about it. Actually, I guess I'll just do this manually the rest of it. Go wire here. How are we on? Yep, let's take off some iron. Let's see. Are we? This is making plates right now. I think we let it do that for a minute yet. Yeah, let's do that and then check on our power right now. Although what we could do, actually, is start to build some foundations. There they are. Of course, they're under foundations, naturally. Throw that on the hotbar. So, where do we want to do this? I do like having a bit of, like, height. Maybe we'll go over there. Create a platform. Not sure. It's hard to build on top of a hill. Everything's a little bit awkward, but it does mean you don't have any landscape poking up through, so... Oh, sloop. Sloop on the ground? Oh, man. Gorgeous. Yeah, we take those.
The Summer Sloop was named after Marie Somerville, co-founder of Fixit and head of its R&D department. There are many theories about the origin of this shape and why this symbol mathematically resembling a Mobius strip has found its way to both human and extraterrestrial culture. Thankfully, you don't need to know any of these theories to be a pioneer. Research it in the MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application. Fun fact. The planet you are on was found and named during a planet spotting event Marie hosted named Marie's Awesome Scientific Search of the Avant-Garde Exoplanets.
Alright, never mind. I don't need to be at the top of this hill. We're gonna go down to this little overlook. I like using the world grid. I don't build religiously attached to it, but unless I like see an aesthetic reason not to, I do tend to sort of by default. I don't know. Are you guys world grid folk or not so much? Still a bit more wire, but we're actually making good progress there. Is it time to flip this from plates over? Not quite, but soon. Yeah, so this is an actual coal node. Like, we have a good chunk of coal out here. Oh, and is that a... I think it is. It's a crash site. Alright, I'm gonna get distracted. But we have foundations, so I can actually climb up there. Be good to grab this quickly. And things are working in the background, so it's not a waste of time. Yeah, cool. Alright, I'm gonna bonk this guy real quick, and then we'll build a bridge over there. Of course, I spent all my concrete, so no, we won't. But we can at least dismantle some parts from here. And then we'll return. We do have the map now, though, so I can mark it. I do like that we can dismantle these, period, now, but it's also, especially early game, like, low-key kind of a nice materials boost. Oh, hey. You know what I like about these guys as enemies? They are... Ooh, okay, we're gonna try not to get killed. They're actually pretty good at aiming where you're going, not where you were. They can lead the shot, like, surprisingly well. Do we have any fruits with us? I guess not. Alright, well, we're coming back here. Mark it on the map. Hard drive stamp, I guess. Oh my god. Where's our base? There it is. Use both world grid and no grid, both work. Usually stick to the world grid. Yeah, I feel like... I don't know. I like... it's very helpful when you have two builds coming together, you know? It does make that process smoother. If you really want to, or need to, you can work around that, but it helps with a scene. So, like when I make a roadway system, I do tend to have the roadways be, except for obvious curves, you know, be generally on the grid, and then the, like, connection of a factory where it interfaces with the roadway, then that is connected to the grid by definition, but you can drift off of it afterwards, of course, as well, so, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like everyone's answer is a bit of both, but there's a time and a place for each, I suppose. Alright, so that's plates done. Oops, probably should have switched him over to rods. Yeah, that's alright though. And then low on materials there as well, so let's go ahead and grab a little bit more iron. Grab it, grab it, grab it. We don't have storage boxes yet, so I'm just gonna stack it all up there. That's where we're gonna use it, right? Can finish off the last bits of wire. And I suppose throw in the first few chunk of rods, why not? Can we research the sloop thing yet? We have to spend the first one, right? Yeah, so let's do that. Oh yeah, and SAM node location is going to be an interesting
Summer
variable
sloop
too.
analysis completed. Summer sloops are somewhere between battery and conduit, harvesting energy from pockets of space with complete disregard for the rules of the space-time continuum, and distributing it into its connected ecosystem. This energy,
let the effigies harvest until the waves reach our shores. Consume.
similarities to the hypothetical force of dark energy to potentially be one and the same. It can now be tracked by the object scanner.
Alright, we need more concrete. We need more concrete. That's definitely the one I want to get. Move in first. Is it? I don't know. Maybe it's iron. Either way. Both soon. I also really don't care for the look of the basic foundations. As soon as we get the enough tickets for it, we'll be moving to concrete for sure. That freaked the hell out of you? The all the alien tech stuff. It's it's a very funny vibe they go for. All right. Extend this a little bit at least. And then I think this is where we're going to start our biomass burner layout. If I had the parts. But that's the plan here. How are we on rods? Yeah, they're coming along. I think we're going to help them along, though. $16 more? All right. Tell me you've got 5 by now. Perfect. And there we go.
Milestone reached. Conveyor belts can now merge, split, and lift to save space and enhance the productivity of your factory. Fixit encourages you to consider investing in verticality when it comes to factory logistics. If you feel stressed by this complexity, imagine yourself on the shore of a vast and calm ocean. Breathe in, visualize all the people relying on you. The sea is made of billions of faces, each staring at you with hope and tears in their eyes. Breathe out, feel refreshed and focused on your duties.
I gotta say, Ada would make a really just a shit therapist or yoga instructor or whatever. That is not relaxing. Alright, but we have splitters now. So the move will be to have a storage, well, ultimately have those constructors feeding directly in, but something like that, or a storage here splitting out. And we get 3 of these guys, but we don't have the parts for it quite yet. But we'll move that down here rather than off the back of the starter set over here. We should have some wire. Good chunk of it. Ah, more rods. Sounds like the modern way of doing things. Expect you to know, and it's AI. Yeah, Ada. Ada takes on a new sheen in the modern discussion of AI, I suppose. This game came out in what, 2019? Is that when this game originally came out? So I tend to do mergers on 5 and splitters on 6 on my hotbar. Not that it matters too much, but that's where my muscle memory is. And here is my favorite thing, one of my favorite things about Satisfactory. You can place a blueprint and then hold it in place and nudge it. Man, I wish Captain of Industry had this. And, in case you're new, there is vertical nudging in the game now. You used to have to go to a mod for this, but that is now here. So, pretty solid build, quality of life stuff that has been added over the last couple of years. Really appreciate that. Alright, so then what we're going to do, come on up here. I'm just going to dismantle these, and we will replicate it down there. Did I have room in my inventory for all that? I did, that's good. Probably gonna have to extend this though. Ada is comic relief. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think she's hilarious, personally. I have a dry sense of humor myself, so. Alright, solid biofuel here. So pre-daisy chaining. You have to add one of these a bunch of different places. I guess this works for now. Sure. So that'll be enough to power itself, but obviously we're going to want a little bit more. Let's see, we need more concrete here. I did. A bunch. You know what? Can we just build a crafting bench here? Yep. Good, good. Control nudge for shorter distances. Yes, absolutely. Half nudge if you hold control. Yeah, that's that was another fun one when I found that out. I was like, oh my gosh. There are so many like advanced / pro building tips in this game. I don't even mean necessarily things that are like controls, but the ways that people have come up with creating like smooth curves and handling Z fighting and all of that. Like I'm always just in absolute awe of the stuff people come up with. It's so cool. Alright, extend this another row. So, I mean, alright, there's two ways you could do this. We want this to feed in, creating biomass into solid biofuel. The leanest way to do this is one machine, and you just change the recipes. You throw in leaves if you got leaves, you throw in wood if you got wood, you throw in biomass if you have, or aliens if you have aliens, right? The other way, if you have 3 of them and then a smart splitter, or just drop them off manually or separate individual storages and then it all merges up here, is a little bit more future-proof. But some combination of, I don't have the space or the materials for all of that. I think what we're going to do for now is just change the recipe and probably have to get the power pole situation in there as well. And then we'll bring this out to, I don't know, call it here, and voila, the grid is connected. So let's instead say wood for now, throw that in here, and this should keep things fed for quite some time. So like I said earlier, I think, this is one of those areas where balancing does matter. Not that, you know, a manifold is the end of the world here, but if we were actively drawing on all of these and we didn't have enough buffer or reserve or whatever, like I think it's worth doing this proper split out like this instead of a series of manifolds. But power is one of the very few places where I will advocate in that direction personally. Again, build however you want to build. It's a good game. Alright, cool. So that's power sorted for a minute. And we could even, although we don't have to, we could even clean this out. Ah, thanks for the reminder. It's probably going to be a little bit longer than that, too. So, the next thing we could do, arguably should do, would be to get some smelting actually set up to miners pulling from the ground instead of this. So, let's just grab all this. And there we go. That's a miner. So, I think we do that here. And probably create a little platform of iron smelting in this space. That feels about right. Of course, we're gonna need a whole bunch more plates, but There's our placeholder. You're on rods, that's too bad. Swap you over. Let's see. Guess we'll manually create a few plates if it's necessary. Hopefully that's enough. Something like that. Just got back from dinner. Hey, welcome back. Still going strong. Happy with the random ore generation. Happy with it, definitely, as a game mode. To be honest, we just haven't explored far enough to say whether or not we've got great nodes or not. I think so far so good. We've got what we need in this area, and we even have a coal node right there that I'm kind of excited about. Coal is normally, at least compared to this starting position, which I've used before, coal is usually like way off in the distance out that way, like several kilometers away. Or there's a little bit, actually, I think now that I think about it, up that way as well in the base game map, default map. But obviously that's much closer, so that'll help us with coal power for sure, which is going to be helpful. So let's get smelters. So let's figure out how many smelters we need first. So a smelter handles 30 per minute, and this impure node is only going to make 30. So yikes. We don't have overclocking yet, do we? Are we very far off from that? Kind of forget. Oh, no, we could make that work right away. Yeah, that's worth it, actually. We're going to do this. Just because this is a nightmare. we need more than 30 coming off. And I don't really want to worry about like collecting from a bunch of different nodes. Alright, so then I need to get another, what, 24 plates? Perfect. And make a power shard, but that is no problem at all. It does hurt me a little bit on the inside to make one of these without a sloop inside the machine, but we don't have that tech and won't have it for quite some time, so that's going to be necessary, unfortunately. But now the water is far away. Yeah, that is the desert, unfortunately. And alas. But we do have some small amount of water over there, and I think that'll be enough for a coal power plant, or at least a small version of one. So it's something.
Overclocking development completed. Power shards can now be
Not
inserted
dependent on the need
into
of
all
water for
buildings to
majority
increase
factories. Yeah, there's
input and
definitely a way to
output
build without
speed.
it, or
Underclocking
around
is
it.
also possible. Note, power consumption of overclocked buildings increases exponentially.
It sure does. Alright, so if we overclock this, we'll be able to do 2.5. Of course, we need to actually create some of those, so we need more slugs, but we'll at least start, I guess, with a little bit more. So now it makes 45. Hooray. We need another slug for this to actually matter. I would love to get a second one of these up and running. Do we see? I mean, that's a slug. We're going on a slug hunt. Let's do it. I just want to have a second smelter's worth. I want to have separate constructors working on rods and plates because I don't know, just kind of tired of having to manually swap back and forth, so. We haven't really been out in this area quite yet either. Ooh, that's a Mercer sphere. Yes, please. Alright. Where was it? Oh, it's up there? Oh, and that's one of those, little buggers. Okay. I would love something ranged to deal with those guys. But yeah, check it out. We've got water, right? A little bit of an oasis here. I think that's Katerian. Just a splash of it. Yeah. Cool. This will be nice to get going in the MAM as well.
Unknown metal collected. This metallic element is showing properties similar to those in Group 11 on the periodic table, such as high conductivity and malleability. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Alright, this has the potential to be unimpressive, so let me try my best here. You're gonna dash in and attack that thing right away. Let's hope for the best. Oh my god. Okay, we survived.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired.
Phew.
It is unclear where on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg. Research the remains in
Nothing else
the
up here
MAM to
while we're here,
establish
is there?
classification
I don't
and
think so.
potential countermeasures.
Cool. Well, I want my platforms back. Let's roll. Cheers, Ring East. Good to catch you. See you soon, I'm sure. Gotta remember that guy's there. Not gonna deal with it right now. Alright, we've got our slug. So, a very convoluted way to make our impure node normal, but so be it. And we got the new animal type as well. Throw that in the MAM. Alright, oh, I guess I have to turn it into a thing first, but let's go ahead and get hatchers. I just forget what those things are called. Don't know why, but the other names always stick with me better. Alright, cool. Let's get another
The
power
remains
slug built.
research belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of the flying crab, the most mature of which hatch when threatened.
And there we go.
Hatcher
200 now
remains
makes
can
60.
now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving pioneer safety during exploration.
Let's just go ahead and split this here. Anything more than 60, I suppose we would have to upgrade to logistics 2 anyway, so that's a big deal. And then of course we'll need some constructors for these guys to work on. We're starting to get a little tall here. Should we go down, do you think? Or just stay up? Yeah, let's take a step down. More concrete, of course. Do I have? I do have a little bit. Maybe that'll be enough. Fingers crossed. And no iron plates, of course. Let's go grab those. Alright, but soon we'll have all of this dumping out into storages. I'm very excited. Oof. Oh, come on. Alright. That's okay. one more concrete run. May want to adjust the clocking on the concrete one. Yeah, absolutely. That one, the ratio is always a little bit odd for the miner into the constructor. So that's definitely a prime candidate for overclocking. Totally agree. Totally agree. All right, let's get the crafting bench here real quick. Hopefully that's enough just for now. And let's get a constructor each, I guess, on iron products, which means we can go back and I'm just gonna clean up some of this stuff. Leave that for copper for now. I suppose we are gonna need a second constructor at least, though. I'm gonna steal that one. So, something like that, I'm sure. So go plates over here, and a plate constructor does take the full 30, but this, for the rods, should only take, yeah, 15. So this is another one where overclocking it to 2x is great. Or we could simply add a second machine, which is eventually probably what we'll do. But for now, oh my god, that could look better. But I don't have logistics unlocked, so be it. Ooh, how about that? That's rough. Oh, that's so bad. We have to do better than that, don't we? I guess it is what it is until we get... Alright, fine. We'll live with it. We are gonna get blitz and such soon. Oh, we do have it. Alright, never mind. We got it already. I thought that was with logistics too for some reason. Good. That's way better. That's way better. So, let's do it like so. I was like immediately regretting having gone down a level. Although, I still am, because you can't make these short... You can make these short, actually, if you have a splitter set up. So you know what? Let's maybe just show that off real quick. Randomly helpful here. So you can squeeze these guys to be short. And only if they connect up like that, but you don't have to leave it there. You can just do this instead. Although I kind of hate that lineup as well. So, I'll make adjustments here in a moment, but that's the overall plan here. It just has to look, you know, half decent at least, right? I mean, my god. So, try that again, right? Nope, too far. There we go. And then get our smelters lined up properly there. Like so. And like so. And 1 and 2. We'll save room here for a splitter to get another one lined up. Alright, cool. Really important that we have that all perfectly lined up, for sure. Cool. Now, everyone needs power. Okay, alright. Now, starting to feel better. We have a proper-ish setup. This will definitely do for now. So, what we'll do from here is we're going to want a storage for each of these to spit into. Where is that going to be most conveniently accessible for us? Here, and let's build a little bit of a ramp. Fit a storage on here? Probably not. Alright, never mind. Come back and tidy that up. Logistics 2. Oh man, I'm getting crushed. It's only 1 point, minus 1 point for clipping. Yeah. It's not so bad. It could be worse. And this is all still temporary, so... But the problem is, if I take that it's all temporary mindset, I'll just run with it for, like, forever, and we'll just always have crappy temporary TM type builds. So, and I also find, like, I enjoy this game. I get kind of pulled into rushing through sometimes, but I think it's probably objectively the better way to experience it if I were to sort of slow down and, you know, build the best version of the factory that I can right now without worrying about just getting to the next level of tech so that I can, you know, do the better version or whatever. Just call the non-OCD friendly stream. Yep. Yeah. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Go one more over. And this is where we're gonna put our storage. If I had plates. Wait, you're making plates. That's the whole point. Give them to me. Nope, wrong direction. And let's put a merger here. Actually, don't care. I want both products going into this storage. Complaining about your building, you see the multiplayer. Fair enough. Fair enough. Everyone has their own, like, what drives them crazy or not. And I've definitely played with folks who, the thing that drives them crazy is when I care about these little tweaks. And they're like, can we just move on? Like, go for it. But I will be here fixing this. Speaking of things that drive me crazy, we have a dismantle crate around here somewhere. There it is. Give it to me. Alright, at any rate, now we have iron going. We should be able to come back and grab stuff like this at whatever point in time. And even got a random pile of excess iron ore we don't need anymore. There we go. Oh, never did the Caterium research. I feel like there was something else I was doing in the manual with those alien megafauna? Well, that's something. Is that what I was trying to do with those? I honestly don't remember anymore. Or did I just, yeah, I just kind of abandoned that. Alright, well how about Caterium? And berries?
The metal has been named Caterium after Fixit's greatest CEO, Katerina Parks. It has been added as a viable alternative to gold in industrial applications, specifically in advanced electronics due to its superconductivity, malleability, and corrosion resistance. This fruit, dubbed the paleberry due to its tendency to stay light in color even when ripe, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available. Research to develop the rebar gun is now available. When completed, you will be in possession of a tool effective against any local obstacles actively objecting to the Fix-It mission.
How dare they actively object? Alright, so I think the next thing I want to do is get concrete going, because, yeah, that's been our other big bottleneck here, so let's do that real quick. I don't know. Probably put that directly into a lift just because it looks terrible. There you go. See, that's where you can use clipping well. So now you can imagine it's like underneath the sand or something. Alright, let's get some foundation in here. I don't know, maybe like... up a little bit more. Like so. So, make a little bit more concrete, but that's what I'm thinking. We'll just sort of feed it onto that platform. Just some constructors. And let's go double check. What is this? Also impure. Not my favorite. Not my favorite. But that's okay. We'll find another slug, I'm sure. So we just need one constructor. Easy enough. Let's go get, what, some cable, I guess. That'll be the next thing we need to do. Eight cable and some reinforced iron plates. Cool. That was easy. And then constructor goes here. Huh. Oh, and they removed the distance limit on nudging as well, which is great. Infinite Nudge was a must-have mod for a lot of people for a while. Research sync. You're crushing it, man. Jeez. How's your power sitch? Let's see. Maybe here? Feels right. Move it over slightly. And there we go. And a storage container. Maybe it's in there. Power. Bam. There we are. Wrong recipe, naturally, but there we go. Very good. Yeah, so this is another one that's definitely a candidate, right? As you said earlier, Major, the 45 per minute here, we could sure use a 50% boost to the 30 coming out of here. It would make this tidy. But what I can do in the meanwhile, at least, is drop off some of this excess here and stuff it into the output over here as well. There we go. At least we're going to have something being made continuously, which is huge. I don't have to babysit it anymore. Cool. Alright, we even have some foundations. Like, starting to feel like we're building a little bit of a setup here. Feeling good, feeling good. Alright, so what can we do? Clean up back over here. So this was our copper setup. That's the one thing that we don't have set in full motion quite yet. So maybe we wander over that way and finish the drill, right? So him up, pick him up. And let's get a miner, concrete, naturally. Do you think I can just, yeah, steal some concrete from a distance? Love it. We'll pay it back eventually, but you know, it's already over there, so. Actually, we're gonna have to do that immediately, because what am I gonna do with foundations? Doy. Alright, fine, fine. Probably build a ramp there. I don't have to jump up every single time, huh? There we go. Man, yeah, I really would like a better purity. Yeah, so I think that there's one thing that we've kind of gotten bad luck on the draw here is the purity of these nodes, for sure. Get back a little bit by cleaning these up. Could set up a... You got 3 burners and the 2 ones. Yep. Yeah, cool. So I'm not even ahead of you there. Could set up a temp foundry and constructor to process that extra ore in the inventory for one-offs like screws. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so what I tend to do, once I have these basics up and running, I usually have like a bonus constructor that actually just like lives very near my hub. And I usually throw in like a sloop and some slugs and stuff, and it's where I process a lot of my one-offs. Whether that means processing slugs when I come back or some stuff I have piled up. I just like having some additional like built-in flexibility. So I for sure subscribe to that, that theory of thought. I'm with you. Maybe we'll do this down here and run it down a little ways. Go up one from there maybe. Start with a smelter. 1 or 2. Keep forgetting to check the purity of the nodes first. Something else that, you know, normally I just have memorized from having played the map so many times. Well, let's go find out. This actually is pure. Beautiful. Okay, so that is great news. We can get a second smelter right away. Alright, cool. So then I'm going to go get a little bit more concrete, and in fact maybe we'll build it out that way a little bit, because if we can do 2 of these right away, I think the wire constructors are higher throughput, so we might have a couple of them. Yeah, let's do that. Go get some more concrete. There are ways to work around purity. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Bring it out like this instead. I think this works. All right, so pair of smelters, I'll probably have to adjust them again in their placement, just to get them on the ground. They'll be copper, and they put out 30, and then we need to get ourselves another pair of constructors. So let's get 4 reinforced iron plates. And go cable. This is the, we're gonna go wire here. Yeah, okay. So we need 2 of these just to process 1 of those. This is like the one node that I kind of would have been okay if it were impure, because this is plenty of wire. Oh well. Good problem to have. Not even really a problem. But we are going to have to use a bit more space here as a result. Or well, I guess what we could do... Yeah, no, we're going to need more space, period. One of these smelters can do 2 of those. We're going to do that twice and then have one of them come back together and make cable. And that way we'll have both. But that requires, what more? Some concrete. I think we'll need some more width here as well. Yeah, so our little islands are starting to connect, which is cool. Because they're all on the world grid, they'll do so conveniently. And you know what? Maybe we'll just go ahead and make this all actually properly interconnected. We'll ramp up here. Is that too high? Oh yeah, interesting. Because I've messed around with the heights. Which of these is actually the world grid height? That one. Alright, no problem. So we will connect to it here. And then simply adjust that here. Easy enough. We just go with the 1 meter ramp. And we can still keep the organic shape of the base as it's developed, which is something I like doing. Alright, and then let's see. Out here, this is going to be about... So we need 5 constructors, actually, I guess, in total. Yeah, I think that's right. So... 1, 2. We're going to need more... reinforced iron plates, which means more screws. Wonderful. So then, yeah, just 2 more real quick, but that means more plates. Why am I handcrafting plates? Well, because my plates are all the way over there. Fine, I'm going to handcraft some plates. So it's going to be 4 constructors all making wire from copper right away. And then a 5th constructor taking the output of 2 of them and merging it back into cable production. And that way we'll have a good amount of both of those things. So 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And wire, copy, paste. If it worked, that would have been nice. I always fat finger it. Paste. That time it worked. Alright, and then call it here, at least just for illustration. This right? Because it is, yeah, it's 60 wire comes down to 30, so it'll be 30 plus 30. And we'll just merge them together. Is this actually lined up? I honestly don't know. Now it is. And of course we'll need another row here for our outputs. We'll do that then. Here's our merger, I guess. And then we'll want a merger here as well. You know what, we could probably just get our storage. Well, we're gonna want to add another row here anyway. All right, let's come back in a second. Once we've grabbed our plates. Oh my gosh, I keep pressing F to take all inventory. That's muscle memory from a different game. What game is that? Since these all go down, I guess what we should do instead is just have everything come up. Oh, this is also a different height. Interesting. Yeah, I'd rather go like this, I think. Or even better, let's just be gradual with it. Ah, it's something, I guess. Probably play around with that, but good enough for now. And then here, yeah, we do have an odd height. The world grid doesn't have a height. Yeah, I've built these off of, I try to use the 4-meter foundations just so that everything's in multiples of that, but I have strayed from my own philosophy here. And as a result, I think what we're gonna do is connect up here. No, not there, but in fact, here. This is really the most important high-value stuff we could be working on right now. This is why we're behind the multiplayer server already, isn't it? But it is what it is. Sure, here we go. There's our catwalk height. We've got it. This will probably be one last down one. Just never use a 1-meter foundation when the foundation's touching the ground. Yeah, no, that is probably the right way to handle that, for sure. Alright, let's call this our copper output storage. Maybe. I need to go like here. So I want to make this a merger. And that's probably a little bit tight, huh? Maybe. Yeah, it might have worked. Let's find out. And then here, we need another merger. Call it there. This is the one thing. Straight belt doesn't do S bends super well. I'd love for it to kind of come to the middle, but I still have to do that manually. It's the end of the world, but cool. All right, now I just need to get all these things connected. Over here. And then I guess we should probably also get the miner itself. Think I can see it from here? Oh, I just saw it. There we go. Nice. Oh, too many. Too many. Come on, give me a spot. There, good enough. No, go away. There we go. And then you connect to it. There we go. And you will connect to the rest of our grid, finally. Oh, and of course I'm missing 3 cable. What else? All right. All right, cool. So, with this connection, well, we have nothing because I haven't built the smelters. Damn it. You lost so much time trying to get different parts of the factory to line up. You have to toggle debug in the console to make sure Z levels line up no matter how temporary you think the section is. Yeah, it's like such a rabbit hole. It's so easy to fall into. Yeah, 100%. I don't know. I just like... It helps me stay organized. Like, there is genuinely some value in a lot of the tweaking, but it's also, like, very easy to overdo it, I think. Or at least I find it. Find myself overdoing it easily. Guess that should work for a splitter here. Go. And then, of course, that's our copper ingots. Let's mirror that setup on this side. Right, now to bring power back here, I guess we could just leverage this one. And then finally, my goodness, one last splitter. If I had the cable. One last splitter here, and we'll finally be all caught up, I think. So, actually, you know what? Based on where we're built now, let's do it like this. Something that's cool. If you've been away, you may not have noticed this. You can now put splitters at the top or bottom of lifts, which is neat. I don't think it works very well here because you have to do this out and around thing, but It is something you can do, which is neat. But I think what we might do instead, can we do this at height? Can I get it to line up? Or maybe, I guess, maybe I could just have it come this way? No, it's attached. Does it? Could it? Maybe. Let's see. Nope, of course not. It's just not on a foundation. Alright, enough of that. Let's just bring this... Oof. And that's where straight build mode does not shine. Maybe there's a way to come over, like so, and just get ourselves some build on first. Yeah, I think that's going to be how we do this. Although, actually, let's just have it point the other direction, because that's where it's actually coming from. Split out here, and here. And just come on down here. However you see fit. Not like that, though. What do you think about the curve build mode? This is another one they introduced. I think it kind of can work, actually. I don't know if it works here, but I think it can work. Anyway, that's a floating splitter. Don't love it. It'll live. Cool. Alright. Now, finally, we have a little bit of everything that we need being automated. Ooh. Very good. So, now I feel like we can actually go out and do some proper exploration and such. So, the last thing I want to do is just like relocate our entire actual setup here. I didn't make any dismantle crates, did I? No, good. And place us somewhere a bit more central and convenient, I guess. Maybe that's here anyway. I think it is. Use a conveyor pole underneath that floating splitter to give it the feel of some support. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'm going to try that right after I get this dropped off. I like that a lot. That step doesn't even feel awkward, honestly. I think that kind of solves our problem a little bit anyway. Look at that. That's better. It's not centered. It's closer than I thought. Cool. Yeah, that works better. Good call. How is this holding up, by the way? Maybe time for a little bit more wood. But this has been, this has been going just fine. We have still some headroom and capacity, which is great. And that ignores the fact that we cleaned out and reset our two built-in ones on the other end of the hub here. So very good. Okay. Let's pause and think for a moment here. I think rather than rushing through the rest of these tier 2s, I kind of do want to go out and explore a little bit. In order to do that, I wouldn't mind having some better equipment, though. Are we close to unlocking anything here? I'm not sure that we are, is the thing. And if that's the case, I guess we just live with it. So, my beloved rebar gun, we aren't going to get until we go at least a little bit further. There's nothing really in here or here. Zipline would be great. You've used those floating conveyor poles and the structure that is used in stacking belts. Yeah, I also am blanking what it's called, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It does look good for support, totally. Agreed. And there's not a problem in this game that can't be solved, aesthetically speaking, with beams in one form or another. It can also be quite helpful. Remember to clean out your inventory before doing that explore. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I like having a vehicle for exploring, is it's not even really for getting around faster, although it absolutely also is. It's for having a second inventory. When we go exploring, this will be what I'm looking for. Quartz to make into silica. And keep an eye out for some sulfur, too. Alright. I kind of think... What would we have to do to get rotors? I mean, rotors requires part assembly, right? Yeah. I think we can put this together. I would just really like to have the rebar gun. So let's see. What we don't actually have screws getting automated. It's maybe something to keep in mind. Ah! You think we might start overtaking because you've had to go make dinner. Yeah, see? What we lack in speed, we make up for in the willingness to keep going without taking a meal. That's not true. I've had a protein shake I've been working on this entire time. I've been cheating. I should set up that extra, free space constructor is the word I'm looking for there. Let's do that. Why do its job for it? Force plates, of course. 1, 2. So this guy will have on screws for now. What else we need? Let's go grab a bunch of cable, hopefully, from this output. Is this even working? Of course it's not. I didn't even set it up to cable. Tremendous. But there should be a decent amount. Good. A wire in here. That will be helpful, but let's just this once. Help out a bit. Got a whole bunch of extra ore in my inventory we don't need right now. Or period at all anymore. Just picking up all of those miners. $200. Drop that. It's a good chunk of plates. Let's see. Nice. That's all the plates we need and enough rods, I think, to get this guy working on the rest of the screws. Nope. There we go. But I guess that means we should help out with a few more screws. Cool. All right, so that was pretty quick. I'm glad we paused to do that. Guess we'll have to actually do the MAM research as well and then construct it, but those things should all be quite manageable now with everything that we've set up. It's good. I feel like we've got the the basic engine that we need underneath us finally, so feel good about that. So that should be enough on the screw front. There we go.
Milestone
Now-
reached. The assembler
Yeah.
can produce more complex parts, including the first project part, smart plating, which is crucial for initiating project assembly. Project parts must be delivered to the space elevator. By completing your contracted duties as part of project assembly, you will definitely be helping achieve Fix-It Company goals without any other ulterior motive. Note: humans cannot craft project parts. Do not worry about your inadequate crafting skill when compared to an assembler. Fix-It cherishes your innate human abilities, such as walking, striking objects, and commodifying natural resources.
The first time you use the workbench to do manual crafting, you'd stop every once in a while to let it cool down. That looks like it's going to overheat. Yeah, it does. It does. It really, sparks fly. That's funny. I love that. Yeah, so screws is going to be an issue, I think, for some time. Man, I cannot wait. Really hope we get the cast iron screws recipe soon. Oh, my cat's here. I don't know if you can hear him. Dude, chill. Oh, 50 reinforced iron plates is a lot. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I can sit here and make that many screws manually. We might have to come back to this one. Alright, so be it. Guess we'll do a quick explore and follow that up with a longer explore. But I'll at least bang out everything that's currently in my inventory into what we need. Modular frames are a thing now. Yeah, we'll have to actually scope out the area and figure out where we're going to pull in iron, because this is not enough of an iron source to build a proper starter iron factory for what we actually really need. It's just not enough, which is fine, but all right, so let's do a little bit of inventory dumping. Probably don't need all these. Copper sheets. Must have gotten that from the hard drive, huh? Which is a good reminder to go check that out. Let's go do that. Sometimes you get advanced parts and we might find what we need, frankly. Drop off a bit of biofuel before we do as well. Check on power, make sure it's okay. It looks okay. It looks very okay. Swap that over to leaves, I guess. Great. Let's go to that hard drive. That's a good, quick check that we can do. And hopefully we'll come back and grab rebar. Is it out that way? It was. Cool. I'm gonna go by way of this. What is this? Is that more Caterium? If it is, we'll definitely grab that. I think it is. Sweet. $28, and I think we had 19. Not quite enough. I think you need 50 for the next NAM milestone, so keep an eye out for one more chunk. Yeah, Caterium and quartz particularly are super valuable. If you see some that I don't notice, please stop me. So let's ramp our way up there. Speaking of stuff from when you first start the game, it took me for freaking ever to realize that this was just like a very reasonable way to reach heights. I would just like try to climb up and hop my way up, and then I remembered, oh right, this is a building game. And we need, of course, the iron rods that I cleared out of my inventory back home. Are you kidding me? Alright, well, we'll run back and grab that. Is that a slug? So is that. Hey, reinforced iron plates. And is that a quartz? Oh my god, that's a quartz node. Oh, that's huge. And I think I see Sam in the distance. That's definitely a quartz node. Oh, I'm so excited. And I'm quite sure that's Sam as well. Cool, okay. Is that oil? What is that? Interesting. Okay. Well, we're definitely wandering out that way then. Oh, hey. Rotaries. Brilliant. All right, well, this actually solves the entirety of our previous problem. Cool. Is there anything else I can dismantle here that would give me rods? I'm just really annoyed I have to go back one more time, but I think I do. Fine, it's worth it. And wow, that was some exciting news about our map. Quartz node, not far. Super cool. Ping and look at the map to see them on the map. Yeah, I love that. I love that you can do that. Pow. And then bam. There it is. Yeah, there's some really good, especially in multiplayer, right? That's like super helpful too. But that's also great to be like, how far away is that really? Yeah, there's some really good like I almost said co-working, collaborating. I don't know, those feel like corporate-y words, but you understand what I'm saying. Some really good quality of life stuff there. We just want rods real quick. Quality of life of a game are getting better. Yeah, I think that's true in general, right? Yeah, I think that's something that's getting more and more focus in development. And of course, it definitely comes later, right? Like you work on polishing something when you have the proper shape of it. And it's one of the things that I'm like, it has me really excited in Captain of Industry is I think that game is at sort of a maturity of game systems level that you can tell they're pivoting to work on quality of life. And that's, you know, a lot of stuff that came out in Satisfactory around and certainly after 1.0. was also very
Damaged hard
quality of
drive
life
successfully
focused.
acquired. All pioneers
That's
are
awesome.
contractually
It's awesome to
obliged to
see.
preserve and secure any recovered hard drives for analysis in the MAM, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your Fix-It designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
All right, so that's good. And I think we can craft the rest of what we need rebar gun-wise when we get back. And then, fine. And let's use the trick, right? Ping, map, marker. That's where I want to go. Oh, and I guess we can delete this stamp as well. Cool. Yeah, I'm going right out there so I can get... Oh, this was dumb. I just jumped off the edge. Kind of forgot I don't have my gliding or jetpack or anything. Getting too out ahead of my skis. I can feel the game is about to open up for us, but it hasn't yet. Try not to kill myself in the meanwhile. Oh, I'm so excited about quartz. Blade Runners. I can almost taste them. Yes, exactly. That is exactly right, DHJ. Like literally, as you just posted that, the quartz node lets you fast track Blade Runners, doesn't it? That's why I'm so pleased. That is, we are going straight there. I'm gonna get this hard drive cooking, and our rebar gun. Like at this point, we're right here. We might as well. But in fact, you know what? I'm not. Do I want to cook the hard drive yet? No, because I do want to have Blade Runners accessible and the rebar gun accessible. So we'll save the hard drive before we like go out on a real proper explore. Oh, and actually, we set up some screws, right? Hey, not enough, but some. Actually, I guess I need some of those back. The ping also helps streamers speak to the crowd. Yeah, and players, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe there isn't a ping in more games like this. I didn't think about it coming into, but like once I saw it in Satisfactory, I was like, oh my god, that's brilliant. That's super helpful. And it's the same thing with the to-do list too. I didn't know I needed it, and now I can't live without it, and that's why you'll see me doing the Steam overlay thing for notes in our Captain of Industry playthrough. It's just like such a helpful reference. So I'm a huge fan. Huge fan. Not sure if you're aware, but if you have the material, you can drop a MAM in the field, start cooking the hard drive, and then dismantle the MAM and move on. Yes, absolutely. So the reason I didn't want to cook the hard drive right away is during the 10 minutes that the hard drive is cooking, you can't interact with these like 3-second researches. So otherwise I would have dropped a MAM while we were out there and immediately done it. But I want... Good lord, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to... Rebar gun, yep, is under alien megafauna. Yep, there it is. I want to do this, and you can't do this 3-second research while it's doing the whole 10-minute thing. But yeah, absolutely. Cooking hard drives is like, you gotta keep that supply chain moving, because it can be a bottleneck for sure. 10 minutes is a long time.
Has been noted. You earned a micro break. And welcome back. I hope you feel refreshed.
Oh my gosh, that was the best micro break I've had in a long time. Tremendous stuff. All right, so we need some reinforced iron plates and even more screws for a rebar gun. Let's go ahead and add the recipe at least. Want to help out here? Some screws, sure. And then 6 more plates. And then back up to 100. And Rebar gun. Rebar gun, my beloved. This is my favorite item in the entire game. I will certainly craft a rifle when we get there, but as far as like jumps in power go, man, it's hard to beat the rebar gun and blade runners from my personal perspective. So very excited. So let's craft a bunch of rebar. Naturally, gun's useless without ammo, but it comes from rods, which is easy. And you can resupply yourself in the field as long as you can come across an iron node. It's really straightforward. But you do have to do it in an equipment workshop rather than the basic workbench. But let's just make ourselves a nice stack of 100 to start, and then wander out towards the quartz node. I don't know, do people like the basher? To be honest with you, once I have a ranged weapon, I'm good. Like, I don't really go for the upgraded bonk stick, personally. Explosive rebar ammo? Uh-huh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, you just like, especially with that and a jetpack, you just turn into like an AC-130 gunship, and it's the best feeling in the world. I love it. Yeah, I still don't want to cook the hard drive because I want to get blade runners. And in fact, you know what? Do I have what I need? I'm taking this man with me. We're going to research it while we're out there. I'm even going to bring the 7 quartz we already have, even though we're going to a node and it's functionally unlimited. I'm just very excited. Let's go. Oh, another thing we can do too, so that it shows up, is highlight it. So now we can see it on the map and on our compass wheel, I guess, at the very top there. Man, explosive rebar ammo. I feel like now I'm just like moving the goalposts on myself. I'm like, oh, it's cool we have basic rebar, but now I want. The basher equipped audio with headphones goes crazy. Oh yeah, does it have a sound effect? Oh, like when it bonks? Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, yeah, that is, I do like that sound. It is satisfying. It is satisfying. Ah, he stopped. Oh no! I fell. Oh, it is so satisfying to have the rebar firing. Feels good. Feels good. Now I just need the Persian mobility of blade runners. Oh, that's a Mercer sphere.
The astrobiologist Dr. D.M. Mercer was the first to recognize the presence and probable nature of these alien artifacts. These chain-melted state spheres are named in his honor. Each sphere emits a unique signal. Research it in the MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application.
Damn it, I left all the portable miners. Oh well, not that it matters. We don't need that
Potential
much.
edible collected. Eating it and surviving does not count as a valid field test and does not generate enough data for Fixit to
Oh
make an
my god, you're
informed
kidding
decision.
me. No iron rods?
Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential
Oh, it's
application.
pure! That's cool. I like building with a lot of glass and using a lot of signs, so this is also helpful longer run too. And I suppose with this much we could even do, it's probably not that hard to get to the shatter rebar ammo, which is kind of like a little bit of a shotgun. I don't like it as much as explosive, but it has a time and a place. All right, let's do this. So, oh good, because we found some modular frames. That's nice. We need 50 silica. And that requires a workbench. Are you kidding me? What if... Nope. Oh my god. Where's the closest iron node? Is it closer than home? Not really. Unbelievable that I wouldn't bring some iron rods. This is the second time we've been in this area and didn't have iron rods. Oh well, it's just an excuse to pop a couple more logs. Ah, undershot. Love it when they charge you and you get them with the last shot and they just go over your head. DM Mercer, is that a reference? I feel like I should get that. Oh wait, is this iron? This is iron. Yes, perfect. Oh, well I can't even turn this into anything because I don't have a workshop. Yeah, catch 22. This is what I get. I'm never leaving home without iron again. You just look at them and see biomass and biofuel. Hell yeah, absolutely. Are you planning to record a video series on Satisfactory? You know, I'm thinking about it. I think it could be a lot of fun. There's a trade-off just because there's only so much time in the day. And I am also really enjoying the Captain of Industry series that we're working on right now. And it's it's nowhere near done. And, you know, picking up something new, I don't mind in a vacuum juggling two projects at once, especially two ones I'm excited about. But of course, it would come at the sort of expense of the pace of delivery of the other project. So I have to decide. But in a vacuum, I would love to do it. And especially, you know, if there's a lot of interest around it, like, I think it makes all the sense in the world to do. And, like, now is the moment. It's 1.2. So that was a long and non-committal way to say, yes, I think so. Details forthcoming. Critical Role, Dungeon Master, Matt Mercer. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. All right. Yes. Yes, I am now familiar. Oh, that's clever. They sneak in a whole bunch of those little Easter eggs here and there. Uh-oh. The other thing that I think Blade Runners do a tiny bit of shock absorption for long distance falls, which is another reason that I think I'm being a little bit cavalier with my distances right now. Yeah, a series. I've been thinking about like series format for something like Satisfactory, and I don't know. As you can see, there's like a decent amount of, I don't want to call it dead time, but like just sort of sitting back and chilling time. And so like the amount of time, what have we've been going, what, like 3.5 hours at this point? The amount of progress we've made is like enough for one edited episode's worth of material in sort of the way that I tend to do it. So it has like, I think, a higher ratio of time required to the like actual output, if that makes sense, compared to Captain of Industry, for example, which isn't a problem. But I think the way that I would maybe do it is something like, kind of like what we're doing right now, is like stream a good amount of it, but then do like a trimmed down video format, sort of summarizing afterwards almost. I don't know. It would. I'm like part of what I'm trying to figure out is the exact like the way I would want to do it
Blade
too.
Runners unlocked.
I don't know.
Equipped to run
What
faster, jump with greater
what sounds
force,
compelling
and decrease fall damage
to y'all
that
if
might
you want to see
otherwise
a
have
series
lowered
on
your
the
value
subject?
to fix it.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. And we can definitely get 200 silica for that inventory spot upgrade as well. Oh my god, look at this. I can jump so much better. They do, and also if you're at full health, you cannot die from fall damage. Yes. Yeah, okay, there we go. But here, this is where the slide jump really, I think, makes a difference. Oh my gosh, look at that. I'm just like jumping from the top of the dune almost to the next one. Oh, that feels fantastic. Wait till we get ourselves a parachute, too. Gotta figure out where mycelia is here. I think there's some cacti, to the southwest, maybe, that have mycelia in this area. That's what you need for the parachute. Oh my gosh. Like the character's move speed is faster and more responsive now. God, it just feels... I'm rejuvenated. I have more energy now than I did at the beginning of the stream somehow. Maybe the SAM node is the next thing we should strike out to go grab. That's a good thing to have, I think, unlocked as well. And we can do the, actually we should do the Mercer Sphere research real quick, shouldn't we? And while we're here, we have this. Can I make a couple of portable miners? I can. Let's just do 2 real quick. Put those down here. And I'm just going to leave these, by the way. Until we get a proper setup out here, I would just like to be able to come out and grab 200 quartz at any point in time. Let's see. I'm going to go over here and do the Mercer Sphere one, right? And then, yeah, Sam. So yeah, let's do that node next.
Mercer Sphere analysis completed. Established local planetary signature of massage 2, AB, B, in the local Mercer Sphere signals, allowing them to be tracked by the object scanner. Mercer Spheres can also transmit data between specific...
Witness our scripture. Witness our windows. Have you come to defile our shrine? Sing us on.
arguing the existence of intelligent alien life. While Fixit has figured out the method, all of the original data is still untranslatable. This fruit, dubbed the barrel nut after its distinctive color, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
But it would be great if you finished Captain of Industry. I love those videos. I'm already on the second to last episode. I've been watching them at work and during breaks, and I really, really enjoy your videos. That is so kind of you to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I love making them. They're really fun, and I do feel like we're on like quite a roll with the current set of projects. I actually, yesterday, I filmed the entire episode that is going to come out tomorrow. I like need to sleep on it, but I just hit a groove and did the whole thing in one sitting. And that was only really possible because like we're hitting a groove and I'm excited about it. But I just like, I don't know, I kind of...
Research completed.
I know where I want to take it
Quartz
and
recipe
where I
unlocked.
think we're going,
New
and I
quartz
can see the
research
path, and
available.
that's, I don't know, that's energizing to me. And it's awesome, always awesome to hear that people are enjoying them too. That's like, I don't know, I'm not sure I would do
Dimension
it
now
otherwise, you know what I mean?
extra-dimensionalized with additional
It's super
dimensional
motivating.
capacity.
It's very fun. I'm just going to keep cranking out a few of these here, honestly. We should do the quartz crystal one next. I think we might get shatter rebar. Like, while we're here, why wouldn't we just make a little bit of it real quick? I don't know. That kind of is gonna... It takes 150 rebar. Yeah, okay, never mind. I almost got us into a situation where I had to go back for even more iron rods. Never mind. We're not gonna do... We're gonna... no. We're not gonna spend the... We're not gonna spend it right now, right? Yeah. Because we could do 150, but that would burn through the rest of this and leave us with nothing in our pocket. Okay, we'll leave it for now. Crystal oscillators, and this is my favorite vehicle. I don't think that's a hot take. I think it's just objectively the most fun. but I'd love to get that going too. All right, I'm not going to prioritize it quite yet because I do want to go get that SAM node marked down. But this is very good. We're going to be able to make a lot of progress in this tree much earlier than I expected to because random nodes. Very fun. That's awesome. All right, cool. So I would say let's, did we clean this up? Is there anything else I wanted to, I think we got with the, yeah, we've got our, so 6 inventory slots is a nice thing to grab here too. So I think we're good. Let's clean this all up. Actually, what I should do is get the hard drive cooking now, since we have nothing else going. So that'll go for 10 minutes in the background. And we'll leave these here. I'll bring this with, just in case, I guess. If we have to drop it, we can drop it, but since that's no longer so precious a resource, we can do it that way. Thank you for the video. Time for the cat. Hell yeah. Enjoy. Enjoy. Yeah. My two. One of them was in here napping, and the other has, or just came in and displaced him, I guess. They traded. They are just a real pain when I'm recording sometimes, but what can you do? I think it's right there, right? I think it was the last time I was streaming, actually. One of my cats hopped up onto the keyboard and sent us scrolling wildly off into the distance. Hey, some sulfur. Good. This is definitely one of the other ones I wanted to grab. I would love if we had a sulfur node near us, but I won't get too greedy. Felt like I heard another animal around the corner, but I don't know. Oh, that's sulfur. Definitely gonna get greedy about that. You understand what you mean? Cat, when she wants attention, playing video games, just hops on the keyboard. Yep, 100%. 100%. Whatever you're paying attention to, it's time to come between you and that, right? Hey, normal node, Sam, too. That's pretty good.
The strange alien matter, colloquially known as SAM, seems to be in its dormant crystalline state, meaning it won't break down your body into its base atomic components on touch. This living matter is extremely versatile and has countless applications. Research it in the MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application, as well as a secure method of awakening.
And thanks to your detailed tips, figured out oil processing and glass production. Greetings from Ukraine. Greetings from Philadelphia. Yeah, oil processing is fun. It's a lot though. That's definitely one that I think, I don't know. I hear from people that that's one that trips people up for sure. It's all the byproduct stuff, right? It's having to balance everything. This is why I didn't want to cook the damn hard drive. That's on me. Oh well. What we could do we have the stuff for this? We don't. I wonder if there's copper nearby. So for something like this, we could set up like a miner and a storage and then have a big pile of it in bulk around and just have it powered by some of the... Oh, this is mycelia. Hang on. That's what we're doing. Just like totally changing my plan. But I think this is mycelia. I think these guys, these weird snail trees. Yes, they are. All right, brilliant. So that is going to get us a parachute.
Flora does not seem to show much potential for use.
And a few other things, but
However,
mostly
its
parachute.
mycelial network is worth further investigation.
Mycelia
Research it in the
also
lab to
decent source of
establish
biomass.
classification and potential application.
And you know, we were running low probably on wood, so good to refill the biomass burners when we get back. Oh, whoa, oil processing is fun. Yeah, there's like type 1 fun and type 2 fun. I think oil processing is like type 7 fun. Oh my god, 5 minutes and 40 seconds. What am I going to do to occupy myself for 5 minutes and 40 seconds? Maybe there is copper. There is no copper. That's way too far. I'll get distracted by 3 other things if I go that far. What we could do is go up here at least, I suppose. Grab that. Slug, that's the word. I think that's a yellow one. That would be our first yellow one, maybe? More silver. We gotta stop and get some coal, too. So we can make that black powder. Oil processing is high blood pressure fun. Yes, 100%. Oh, hi. Oh, that was a terrible shot, good lord. See what I mean? He knew where I was going. These things have pretty good aim. That is a hard drive. Or I guess, what are we using? I'm so inconsistent with my stamps. That's a hard drive. Let me finish the thing I came out here for first. So this is what I mean, like before I realized you could just build foundations, I was like, damn, I can't get up there. It's too bad. I guess I'll never know what's up there. Oh, not yellow. Sad. Well, if you boil the oil, you're putting pressure on the crude. That is the distillation process, I suppose, actually. Is that Caterium? I think that's Caterium. I don't know why I took a screenshot of that. I don't know. What are we using for other nodes? That's exciting. Mercer Sphere. It's getting dark out. Time to hunt slugs. I know, right? It's so much easier in the night. Yeah. That is a terrible angle. We'll adjust. Oof. I feel like I'm on top of the world. All right. Surely. That's enough time at the man? I guess I don't actually have to guess. I could just... No, I can't. We do have to guess. Great. Hey, so let's see. How do you do, Blade Runners? That was not nearly as much health as I deserve to lose. Cool. Minute 40. I can live with that. Might be iron. Ah, gonna make me so sad if it is. You know what? That's what we're gonna do with our minute and 40. We're gonna go find out. Damn. It totally is. Or unless, was it this one? Yeah, no, it's this one. Yes, this is Caterium. Nice. Okay, so I don't know if this is the one I saw originally or not, but I'm gonna take it. Normal node, even. Not so bad. Okay. Could we probably need to drop a couple miners out here as well? These are outposts that I'm envisioning running highways and trucks out to in the longer run, which will be kind of fun. So let's at least get 3 of these going now, and we'll come back over here with the MAM in a moment. But I think let's go back over there and do the SAM stuff first. Come on, 20 seconds? Even better. Neat.
Hard drive analysis completed. Alternative recipe selection available in the MAM.
Anyone want to make an argument for either of these recipes? We don't need to pick anything right this second, but I'm uninspired if I'm being honest.
Strange alien matter analysis completed. Dormant crystalline SAM can now be found with the resource scanner. In its dormant state, it is safe to handle without special equipment and can be stored indefinitely. Research for enabling the reanimation of dormant SAM is now available.
Fill the rivers with blood and let the effigies defile our temples. The sun will follow.
Hell yeah.
SAM reanimation recipe unlocked.
Rescan for
SAM
cast screw.
can now
I
be
think you're
safely
right.
awakened, provided it is
I
contained.
think you're right.
Meaning, if not contained in special electromagnetic storage, it tends to start breaking atomic bonds of any matter it has physical contact with, and reconstructing it into easily transportable resources.
Scripture and blood compose harmony. Follow our hallowed temple halls and listen to the echoes of your ripples. Our bones are more beautiful than yours.
My bones are plenty beautiful, thank you.
The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth. Research completed. Fabric recipe unlocked. New mycelia research available.
Alright, so the next bit of personal equipment I want is the parachute. Fall damage will be a thing of the past. If only I had some copper. Damn it. Okay. That's fine. We have the most difficult stuff for that. And then, yeah. Gas mask will be nice too, but we're not going to get there until we get to steel. Alright, so we're going to ignore... Yeah, I don't think that's worth 100 rotors right now. We're going to ignore everything but the parachute in this tree for now. And then, what else did I want to do? Quartz, we need to stop and grab some coal, which we can do on the way back. And then, yeah, so we're stuck here until we get steel as well. Which means we're stuck here. Okay, so very good. In summary, on our way home, we're going to stop at the Caterium node. Yep. We're going to stop at the Caterium node, and we're going to... Actually, no, I'm going to put 2 miners real quick here. Stop at the Caterium node, do a bunch of research there, and then get some coal on the way back. And then... I guess that's sulfur. Okay, cool. I think I have our loose to do in my head. Alright, 4 seems plenty. You can get the dimensional depot done, right? So I think we're stuck there, unless I misread it, until we have steel, because we need SAM fluctuators in order to research this. So we need 11 SAM fluctuators. And then I think you need 11 for every one that you want to build. But the first one is the R&D cost. We can't do these. We can get the reanimated Sam, but we don't have steel pipes yet. We're gonna have to advance tech before we can get there. Not too far. I think it's like stage 3, maybe 4. I think it's 3. So we're not far, but not right this moment, unfortunately. Which is too bad. Man, I love the Dimensional Depot. I don't know. I feel like, do people still build malls post-Dimensional Depot? I feel like everyone put so much effort and energy into building a big, beautiful mall where you could grab all of the equipment and, you know, resources and whatnot that you needed all in one place. And then Dimensional Depots came out, completely obsoleting them, and then people still tried to make malls a thing for a while after. And I'm not saying there isn't occasionally some use when you need something in more volume than the Dimensional Depot can give you, but it definitely felt like people were, at least for a little bit, trying to back into a justification for keeping them around, which I don't, you know, as I said in Captain of Industry recently, grief takes many forms, and I have definitely grieved an obsolete build or 3 in my time, but is the iron pipe alternative recipe available prior to getting the steel versions unlocked? I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's tech
New
blocked.
Caterium research available.
We could probably do this while we're out here, right? Make a little bit of quick wire, or Caterium ore, and then ingots, and then quick wire. What do we need? 50? I've already forgotten. I think that's what it said. I'll check at 20 just to be sure. That's what to-do lists are for. There we go. Yeah, it's too bad because, like, if anything, the iron pipe one would make sense because it actually doesn't require this, like, steel tech. It's just iron. Actually, I really like the iron pipe steel recipe, especially in combination with some of the ones where you can substitute the iron pipe in for the beams. There's ways to basically go straight iron all the way through. I think I've built heavy modular frames just from an iron node. I'm pretty sure with the right set of alts you can get that done. I have like this memory like 3 playthroughs ago of doing that in the Rocky Desert with those like 4 really solid iron nodes right at the top of that hill in the northwest. I had a base I was very happy with up there back in the day.
Research completed. Quickwire recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Well, the zipline rules, but we don't have any electric wires to zip along, so I guess that's probably not quite worth it yet. Can we research this if we make 100 quick wire? Actually can't tell. Let's see. But I think that starts to get into like the second, third tier power poles. Only downside for iron pipe is a higher cost and resources. Yeah, 100%. It's less efficient, but it is simpler, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's good game design because there's a trade-off. There's definitely a trade-off, right? If you have coal easily available, you should just make it that way. But if you don't have coal available, it is nice to have that flexibility. But yeah, no, that's... I've done, I don't know, steel, I feel like steel is one of those areas where there's the potential intersection of a lot of different fun little alternate recipe workarounds. I've done steel where all I did was biomass into coal, like bio-coal alternate recipe, because I just didn't have any coal nearby. I was like, can work around that. It just, like, it takes a couple common resources, iron and coal, and there's a lot of alternate recipes for both of those things. So there's a lot of fun creativity there. It does let you build away from a coal source, yeah. One of the things I'm curious about is with random nodes. I mean, is it still going to kind of cluster things? Because in the base game map, I feel like there's like nodes tend to cluster together. Like I'm thinking of like that spot that everyone builds their first coal factory or coal power plant around that little pond. It's 4 nodes and they're all coal, right? Oil nodes tend to cluster together. I wonder if they quartz nodes cluster together. I wonder if they're still going to cluster with a random distribution or not. In late game, coal need for diamonds. Do not need coal for diamonds. Yeah, you can do coal for diamonds. That's another one that has like a shocking amount of alternate recipes as well. Is the diamond stuff in the late game, which is good because at that point in the game you've kind of already committed a lot of your resources. So you do need some flexibility, especially if it's like your first playthrough and you didn't know what was coming.
New Caterium research options available.
But yeah, there's like 6 alts
on finding this
for
metal.
diamonds, I think.
Many Fix-It initiatives will benefit from Caterium's applicability in advanced engineering. Also, it is probably not sentient, and so unlikely to feel pain as we exploit it.
Oh, well then. AI limiters into smart splitters is something I'm going to prioritize at some point soon, but the rest of this I think is just getting out ahead of our skis. I don't really care for stun rebar, to be honest with you. I'm sure there's a better playstyle or something that takes advantage of it, but I've never been able to make it work for me. So is daisy chaining somewhere in this tree then? I'm assuming it's a MAM research. We said it's a tech upgrade, or maybe it's a hub upgrade. At any rate, this seems to be what we can do for now without trying too much harder. I don't really think we need necessarily this quite yet. So I think we are going to call this good enough for this outing. Let's run on back and process some of the extra stuff that we've put together here. Get ourselves a parachute, and if we can end our first play session with a rebar gun, blade runners, and a parachute, I'm so excited. Like, that to me is like the minimum acceptable personal mobility, and I'm finally ready to play the game, you know, at that point. So, exciting, exciting, exciting. And think of all the materials our base has made while we've been out here wandering around. I bet we can get a couple upgrades pretty quick. Or everything broke right after I left and we've got nothing. Let's see. But we didn't get the power fuse tripped warning, so it's a good start at least. I'm seeing a bunch of green machines, so everybody is operational, I guess. Good news. Nice. Look at that. So many materials. So many materials. Oh, my goodness. Cable for days. Alright. So, let's drop our RAM back in its original slot. Mycelia, parachute, please, and thank you. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Parachute unlocked. Fix-It appreciates your willingness to descend rapidly to perform your duties, but damaging Fix-It property is a breach of contract and will have unpleasant consequences. Improve descent efficiency by combining the forces of gravity and drag with a parachute.
So we need 20 fabric, I think. You can see why I really appreciate the to-do list. I just completely lose track of a number the moment it's off the screen. Nope, over here. Parachute. Oh, so exciting. Now we can just do this. Just gliding around. So leisurely. Another thing that's kind of a fun, silly little trick, I hope they haven't patched it out, you can actually kind of glide like uphill a little bit. This is not a very good example, but you can kind of trigger up against like a cliff face or something sometimes. If there's like an uphill incline, even if it's quite steep, you can just sort of like zip up it Yeah, this is not steep enough. We'll find a spot, I'm sure, but it is really good for exploring and getting around in combination with Blade Runners. So, boy, am I ever excited about that. Right, what else did we say we needed? Some... Ah, I said I was going to stop for some coal on the way home and then didn't. But I think it's just over the ridge here. Yep, there we go. So let's do that. Honestly, probably worth a couple portable miners over here. You know what? Let's do that, because I still have a pile of them over here, I think. Ah, damn. And it's not like we're doing anything else with them, really. Thank you. Oh, and let's go ahead and grab these while we're at it, I suppose. Do you have something radio nearby? Radioactive? Radioactive nearby. Here in the game? I don't think so. Are you hearing the, like, tick 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 sound? It could just be the sound of my rig running in the background. You see particles on the screen. Oh, yeah. So, I don't know, that seems to be, I don't know if this is part of the new weather or what. Those look like birds, actually. But the smaller bits that are floating around, yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that's just part of weather now. But yeah, it feels like volcanic ash or something. Slope gliding was working still in experimental yesterday. Good, okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, that's, I don't know that it was as intended or as designed. And there's always this, no, stop it. We had these already. I'm starting to make more because I was going to go off on a random tangent. There's always this, like, I think temptation for developers when your users end up, like, using something in a way that isn't what you envisioned or designed to, like, reflexively fix it from your perspective or stop that or whatever. And I hate that. I hate that. Let people, unless it's really genuinely breaking, like, the game, like, balance and design. But I think it's really fun when people find creative, unintended ways of using things. And, you know, if you're like, oh, it's, I don't know if it's cheating or what, like, who cares? Like, 9 times out of 10, it's a single-player game. Let everyone sets their own, like, play styles and rules. So, I'm thinking about, like, burying pipes in Captain of Industry. Great. That's awesome. They didn't patch that out. They're not going to, you know, support it or whatever, but, like, that was not how they were supposed to be, quote-unquote, done. But, like, isn't that neat that people do that? So, I don't know. I think that's cool. And I could have seen the typical dev, if I can straw man for a moment, you know, feeling the need to patch that out. But I like that, they didn't do that here. Surely this is enough coal for now, right? Guess I really should just slap down another man. Oh well. Yeah, it is. It's an impure node, another one. Yeah, we definitely, we got lucky with the spread. All the resources we need are, like, within a stone's throw here, but they're all impures. Which, fine, good. Like, I'm actually a little bit glad we didn't end up with, like, an insanely lucky start, because then it's boring. Like, part of what I wanted was a creative constraint on the playthrough, so that's good. But also, yeah, we're definitely gonna have to bring some stuff in. Research it airborne. Yeah, so that's gonna be steel blocked. That's double steel blocked.
New sulfur research
Ooh,
available.
this is for geysers, which are probably not random, but not super applicable quite yet. And then here, we are oil blocked. Okay, so this is all we can do for now. But here, this is our long-term goal, or one of them. Slugs needed indeed, but hey, good news. There's a few of them around here, for sure. For sure. Alright, so let's maybe reset our little outing here and remember what the hell we're actually doing. Do we want to grab anything here real quick? Probably, right? Probably. Anyone uses jump pads? I've tried. I really have. Geotherm was under cat because cat is gold in this game. Oh, I think you're right, aren't you? Experimental power generation. Where was I? Under sulfur. This is, you're totally right. This is the turbo fuel branch. Yeah, that's why it takes sulfur. Yeah, no, 100%. Good call. Good call. Ah, I like the turbo fuel branch. Spoiler alert, that's probably what I will end up doing for powering our base in the longer run if we can find the right resources in the right spots. Stackable conveyor pulls. Here's a throwback to earlier in the episode. Stackable conveyor pulls is what we were talking about as a good support earlier. Was that DOGJ? I think it was. Jump pads are useful for vehicles? Oh my god, I've never thought about doing that. You're like driving along in a truck and then bam, you hit the jump pad? That's sick. Can you set up like an automated route like that, or is that something you have to drive manually for your personal transportation? Oh my god, I would never have thought of that. That is so cool. I love that. Let's grab these real quick. Some reinforced plates, huh? So I think similarly, I want a nice rogue assembler here, but we're going to need the materials for that. And you can automate it. That's so cool. All right, I got to try that. I wonder if you can automate it in the new system. If we can set that up, that is going to make me laugh very hard. Okay, I'm looking forward to that. Adding it to the list. Oh, do we have screws here? Lovely. Take that. Alright, so let's spend 8 of these on getting an assembler. Just sort of a grab bag, whatever we want, whenever we need it, assembler. And then the rest we'll spend on the hub upgrade there. Sure, I'll move all this around, but I do this like, I guess, I don't know, for lack of a better phrase, I call it semi-automation, where for things that you need a few of, but you don't necessarily need to set up an entire factory to progress, like I like to set up something like this with like an automated input and output storage, and just sort of swap out what it is that I'm making there based on whatever I need. Eventually, you need to make a damn factory, right? Don't get me wrong, but I think it can be a nice way to sort of bridge the gap between handcrafting constantly and without having to actually make an entire factory about it. Alright, so let's help out a little bit and make a few of these ourselves. And a few of these too. Four hours? Really? Time flies. I want to take another look at the MAM. How far off are we from getting the Explorer? Because we can make modular frames. Okay. Good to know. That's not trivial, and I don't think it's worth prioritizing just yet. But I kind of do want to have that relatively soon. It's a vehicle playthrough, after all. Jump pads make good on ramps for highways. I love that. You stick the landing. As long as you hit it the right angle, you should drop right in. That's what I need a parachute for my Range Rover. I gotta Gotta be able to glide down onto the highway after I hit that jump pad. Alright, and let's see how this guy's doing. We'll get in there. Have a screw. More plates. While that's going, let's go drop off. I think we have some excess biomass, and oh, that's starting to look not low, but lower. I don't need more than one stack myself. Please have the extra biomass itself. And over here, I have leaves for you. The mycelia I'm going to keep around. Damn it. I bet that's throughput. Yeah. So let's get one of these. Oh no! I'm down here now. This is ridiculous. I have to build myself a ramp out of the hole that I've built for myself. That's very funny, actually. Let's fill that in. Feels like a safety hazard, huh? Right. The hell was I doing? Nope, it's gone. Someone help me out. I was biomass. We have no power. There it is. That's what's up. Yep. It's very, very disruptive. Let's just throw a stack here. Split, please, between these two. Wire. Good news. Where's a good spot to hit the grid? Right there? Sold. Alright, so that'll buy us a little bit of time. No, it won't. Why? Huh. I mean, these guys have... Alright, so each of these is, what, 30? So that should be 90, and then that should be another 40. So 130? Do we really have? Is our max consumption really... No. So what's the issue here? Sometimes you just have to give it a second. I don't really understand. Very odd. I don't think that one of those was empty earlier. I mean, it's got 200 in it. Anyway, whatever. We should have more headroom still. Okay, so we've dropped off our biomass. I'm going to save the spitters and such for now. I want to save them for DNA if we can. And same thing with the mycelia. I'm going to save for fabric for now. The rest of these, though, I'll certainly take with me. Along with these. And then the rest of this we can kind of clean up a little bit. But let's come back and see, do we have our plates? We do. Cool. So let's drop this off. And that will be Logistics Mark II.
Milestone reached. Fixit would like to remind you of your contractual obligation towards efficiency. Recreational use of belts and lifts does not count towards work hours and will put you on the list. Stay efficient, don't disappoint Fixit.
Recreational use of belts and lifts. Trying to imagine what that would be. So sulfur, we could set up some of that black powder over in the equipment workshop. Was it 50 for the next thing in the man? Am I totally hallucinating that? I might be. No, but we are bottlenecked still, right. Okay, so no real need to do that then. I'll toss it in here as well. Slugs, we're going to use them as we need them, but I would like to wait until we can sloop if possible, because we'll get twice as many for them. I can put this away, and then the wood, along with that one, we'll throw in here now. Very good. Right, and then, good lord, now that we are full up over here, I'm going to change this to instead process a bunch of the silica that we had. And then I think the next thing we'll get is the resource sink program. And then at a certain point, I think it's time to build the space elevator, isn't it? What does that look like here? Yeah, we could probably build that really whenever. Might as well, just get it on the ground. Some more rods. And concrete. I think that's actually enough already. Ah, just short. That's okay. It's always rods. Remind me, this is putting out 30. So we could split and get a second one of these. That's right. Got all cute with the squat lift. That works. Alright, that should, at no cost to us, speed up our iron rod production. Factor of 2, because this was just being completely underutilized. Look at that. 50%. This was why I was so glad they finally added this in Captain Finistry as well. It just makes everything so much easier to troubleshoot. Matthias, you're back just in time for the space elevator. That is right. That is exactly right. That is what we are about to slap down here as soon as I have enough rods. In approximately 19 rods. 18 rods. You know what would help over here, though, would be if I connected the output as well. I don't know. How about this? Best get a constructor for screws. You're right. You're right. The reason I'm putting it off, and it's not a rational one, it's an emotional one, putting it off because part of me really hopes we get the cast screw recipe, and then I don't ever have to build a proper screw one. But that's not the right way to do this. Hope is not a strategy. Alas. I suppose what we'll do is flip this real quick, I'm actually just going to take the 6 inventory slots. But, you're right. Let's go ahead and get... What I should probably do is actually just have this one go into screw making. Have them have a buddy right here. And this will not be a lot, but this thing can only take 10, so... I'd love to have a smart splitter here for overflow, because this will not use all of this, but... I guess there's a way to do that, but I didn't really leave myself enough room to get cute with it, so we're gonna let it go. Like, merge them together and then have them split, but then one would overflow. Anyway. Let's get connected. I guess we'll give ourselves an entirely dedicated screw container. Is that the move here? Or did we just come up and grab 500 at a time? Nah, when we want screws, we want screws. So I think we'll just do this, followed by this, question mark. And that feels like excessive clipping, if I'm being honest. Alright, so that's screws. Cool. We'll let this do a little bit more. You know what we should do? We should flip some of this over to quartz crystal. Be nice to have a bit of both. And then what's your deal out here? Yeah, you can make a few more. That sounds good. Alright, now, surely we have enough rods. In fact, we do. So, space elevator. Where to put it? Here for now, I guess. I mean... yeah. The question is, like, do I want to leave space for... By the way, let's size the thing up. It's not small. Do I want to leave space for us to have a couple machines to feed directly into it? Do I care if I have to deliver it by hand? For the first one, I kind of don't mind if I just deliver it by hand. So this seems like a cool spot for it. I think that's all we're really going to solve for at this point. So maybe we'll just... what's invalid? Fill in our foundations over here a bit. Yeah. That seems like it'll work. Well, it needs a slightly larger footprint, but I also want it to face, I think, this way, right? Because, yep, that's the little platform there for, technically for interacting with it, although you can interact with it anywhere. So, alright, that's going to be the spot, which means we need to add at least one more set of foundations, in that direction, and probably like 3 more out here. I don't want to trigger the build animation until we're totally ready, so let's just about 3. Heck, got the materials, call it 4. Man, I can't wait till we get blueprinting. Slap down a 3x3 here instead at a time. Oh boy, alright. Space elevator. Oh, of course, now I'm missing concrete. I done spent it all. Alright. Here it is. I think. It still doesn't quite fit the footprint, but we're going to call it good enough for now, and I will fill in the foundation on the other side for now. But hey, cinematic time. You ready?
Project assembly initialized. Congratulations, Pioneer. The space elevator will now automatically connect with the Project Assembly orbital platform. Project assembly is divided into phases, each of which require the delivery of project parts, such as smart plating, via the space elevator. Subsequent phases unlock access to new tiers with more advanced technologies to construct, automate, explore, and exploit. It is time to be honest. This project is part of the Save the Day program, the largest united undertaking in human history, destined to save us all. Earth is in peril and only Fix-It pioneers offer hope for survival. Fix-It is counting on you. Humanity is counting on you. Do not let Fix-It down.
They went so hard with that animation. I love it every single time still. I still remember the first time I was like, whoa, that's a lot for this fun little factory game that I'm playing. I like it. I think, do we have the materials for the, well, we just kind of spent them all, didn't we? But we can get a good chunk of this done. I think we can do the resource sink would be nice. This is another one. I like having the awesome sink up and running before you go out exploring a bunch, because crash sites, you get like pretty advanced materials sometimes. You get like a supercomputer, and it may sound like counterproductive to sink such an advanced part that's so above your ability to produce. Like, you can't really use it. And it gives you like 30 tickets if they're the first 30 tickets, because they get exponentially more expensive. So I tend to do that, honestly. Do we have... No, nowhere near. Nowhere near the amount of concrete that we need. That's okay. Maybe we'll do one last quick run out and about here while we wait for that to charge up. And then I think when we turn those in, I might call it a day at that point. Feels like a pretty solid bit of progress. Bit of a starter base that we have set up here, isn't it? A few machines going. I feel like the space elevator really rounds it out. Pretty cool. I'll take it. But yeah, let's do a tiny bit of additional exploration here. Feels almost cheap getting from the sky, but at the same point, I kind of want his DNA. Doesn't sound creepy at all. That's a Mercer sphere. Go grab that, I guess. Yeah, now that guy is sitting there waiting to ambush us. If we get the drop right, you can get a second one off. Bam. There you go. you time that perfectly, you can keep them from ever being able to release one of their little guys. Sphere.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Yeah, I think that's another one over there. Take a peek at that. Slug, slug, slug. They're everywhere. Convoluted set of stairs, huh? Stinky guys. I think you can only blow them up, if I remember correctly. So let's just grab this and go. Dismantle on our way down. Cool. So that's another sphere. Oh yeah, that's all the deforestation we did earlier. Yeah, so out this way... That's a little cave, actually, if I remember correctly. There's something in here. Take a peek at that. Yeah, I think I see a sphere. I also think I remember, yeah, a couple bad guys. I remember early on, when I was on this map, I had a vehicle path under here because I thought it was cool on an automated route, and it just always had trouble. Most of the time I was just running into those two hogs who kept respawning. Oh, hey, bacon agaric. Garrick?
Potential edible collected. Reminder that look and smell alone do not provide sufficient data to determine exact risk of consumption. Just because it looks like you can eat it does not mean it won't eat you.
There you go. That was it
Research
right there.
in the map
Go up
to
the slope.
establish classification and potential application.
Parachute. Nice. More parachute gliding. Another slug. I would really like to find another sloop, because I would love to get to Dublin stuff. That would be handy. Ah, perfect. Dusk for slug hunting. There really are a ton in this area too, actually. I think this is a pretty good zone for collectibles. This and like over that ridge is a pretty good spot too. Nodes may be random, but slugs and such are not. So, alright, let's grab this here, and then maybe shuffle on back towards the base. Hopefully we have the materials we need by that point. Oh my god, spider. First one. There we go. Nice. Now we have another one.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired.
It's moments like
Initial
that
data
when
suggests these are predators,
I'm
but
glad I don't
notably
have my
they do
face
not
on
have a
camera.
traditional mouth
You would
or
have seen me
eyes.
like kind of
There
freak
are,
out there a little
however,
bit, just a tiny
numerous
bit.
cavities on their heads
There's my
which could
sloop.
fulfill a similar
There's my
function.
sloop.
Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Alright. That is a hard drive slot. Obviously we're going to grab that too. Can I make this jump or do I need to build a ramp? Ah, phew. Alright. Huge. That's fantastic. Now we're going to sloop. Actually, I forget. Do we need one more research before we can actually use those? I can't recall. I would love to start slooping our slugs as soon as possible. Hey, some steel pipes. We actually could jump a research now. Take a look at the man when we get back, because I think it might actually justify doing that. Alright. Quickly ramp our way up there. And away we go. What do we need? 20 steel beams that we don't have. Okay. Mark it and come back. This time, since I want to actually add some text. Nope, that's not it. Well, I managed to move it to the other screen. That was impressive. What the hell did I just do? Goodness. Yeah, I've definitely been streaming too long. My brain is fried. Just moved the entire game over to my other monitor like an idiot. Good work. Alright, so what I meant to do, I still don't even know how I did that, was put a marker down here, and we are going to, I don't know, just add another one, and call this, yeah, no, that's what I did. Alright, there we go. Hard drive, 10 steel beams. Goodness. Select an icon, something that's hard drivey. I don't know, exclamation mark. Okay. So nothing we can do about that now. Clear that all out. And then... rotors. I think we picked up all the advanced materials around this drop site. Nope. There we go. Case industrial beams. Yeah, it's another reason why it's really good to go exploring early, right? All these advanced materials are very helpful to have. Even just small quantities one-off, even if you aren't producing them. Slug. Oh, hi. Cool. Limestone, too bad. I would really like to find a sulfur node out here in the desert somewhere. We could actually go searching for one to get the scannable objects unlock at some point, but iron ore. Well, it's not impure at least. I want to get the, what's that building you can build? The radar tower. So we can actually see all of our various nodes in range. I think that's, is that Caterium? I think that's in the Caterium tree. This is also iron. Is iron normal. Okay, that's good to see. Yeah, I'm starting to imagine we're probably going to have a bunch of trucks bringing in raw ore to a central smelting facility that we then turn into the various materials we want. I think that's how we'll run that. Something like that. Let's see. Get our flashlight on here. It's dangerous to operate at night without it. Let's take advantage of the fact that we found a spider. Get that researched. And then, how are we here? We actually could do this
The
now.
remains researched belong to
Let's
an
do that.
organism with 8 jointed legs, similar to the legs of
Thousand cable.
arachnids, but with non-standard distribution and function. Because its attacks focus on stabbing prey with the ends of their legs, which resemble insectoid stingers, they have been dubbed stingers. Stinger remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Wait, we can't sloop yet, right? Just double checking. Yeah. It's over here. Alright, so we have several things, so I'm not going to let that keep us from making use of things in the meanwhile. So, 3 of those for this research. Inflated pocket dimension. More inventory. Cool. And
Pocket dimension
Actually-
significantly expanded.
No, we don't
I
have
worked
the-
all afternoon
the barrel nuts quite
analyzing
yet
the
for that.
transdimensional
We don't care about
configuratory
that.
permutations of alien
Nothing to do
DNA
here.
to achieve this.
nothing
We
new
are all
here.
doing our part for Fix-It.
Could do that. I don't want to. I don't think I want to spend that many rotors. We got this guy. Can now research. Probably won't prioritize this with limited resources.
This mushroom, dubbed bacon agaric due to its uncanny resemblance to raw bacon, is compatible with the human digestive system and has been added to the object scanner. Further research is available.
Do you want to know where the sulfur is? Oh, I mean, desperately, but also no. I feel like I need to explore it on my own. I need to earn it, if that makes sense. I'm going to prioritize finding it when I am ready to take full advantage of it. So I would say no. Oh yeah, so it's random, but Sinfaust is on the multiplayer server, which has the exact same game seed. So it's the exact same random that we have. We thought it'd be kind of fun to be playing in parallel, sort of see where we're similar and different. So we get the Nautilus detonator, but here's the thing: like these steel pipes are also required in order to make Nautilusks. So we could maybe make 20, I guess. Potentially worth it for some limited demolition stuff. I don't know. Here we have no plastic. I don't know if I want to spend that quite yet. What was the other thing we could spend those pipes on, though? Was there another thing? Might not be. Here it was. Yeah, this is what it was. I actually think this might be worth it. The SAM fluctuators themselves do take steel, but we might be able to make enough? I honestly don't know. Kind of feel like just taking a swing at it, though. Alright, well, let's just see, because I know I had some of them in here. Do we have enough? Not on us. Okay. So be it. We'll leave them for now, but that is good to know that we have access to, and we'll probably find some more. And like I said, we're not that far off from steel in the first place, so... Still not quite enough on the concrete front, but I think we can just make that up manually at this point. Well, if I picked up the concrete, we could. Pretty sure we have, yep, we have the wire. Certainly we have the rods by now, so should be set in a moment. Is there room still on the service in case more want to join, or an option to open a second? Yeah, I think there's still room on the first. So officially it only supports 4, but unofficially and definitely like have done it before in at various levels. You can go above the player limit. We think as many as 10 is going to work in this server. So yeah, I would say like definitely still some room there. And as Bausta said, just them right now. But yeah, I would say yes, if you're interested, hop on in. And if we end up with the very good problem of having too many people, we can talk about what it would take to set up a second one too. So I would say don't let limited spots drive your interest away preemptively, if that's something you would be interested in, definitely. Gosh, I feel like, are we at the point where I'm just drilling limestone? No, I can't. I have to do something better with my time. I'll do the crystal oscillator research, because I think we had, yep, some setup here. Oh, still not quite enough. All right, never mind. No, I won't. We could have this switch over to do what instead? Or do we have still some more quartz in here? No, not really. Not really. Okay. Yeah. Nothing in here that really needs processed. No worries. Alright, so let's just let this thing do its thing. We can go pick up the rods. There we go. Drop those off. But 100 short? Good lord. It's like actually a decent amount, unfortunately. Really wish we had a pure concrete node. It sucks to be limited by building materials, generally. Might have to prioritize that next time. I mean, I can already see, like, the shape of the next session, right? It's definitely about setting up outposts and vehicles to bring back the raw materials that we don't have on account of it's all impure. So I'm excited for that, in the same way that, like, I was excited for personal mobility to improve because it sucked right away, right? I know it will improve, and it will feel good when it does, so it's got such a great, really well-tuned progression this game does. Coal power? Yeah, definitely coal power is going to be a big deal. How is our biomass holding up? It's holding up, but yeah, that's could be better, could be worse, but yeah, we're gonna have to do a power expansion if we want to add more machines in general, right? We're at, you know, we have a bit of headroom here, but I don't think everyone's firing actually right now. Yeah, like our entire copper line's backed up, I think. No? No, maybe not. We could use, actually, a couple very key upgrades in throughput. The belt in here, you can technically barely see. Should probably go to a level 2. Merge all this up. I don't know if I want to spend our reinforced iron plates, but we don't have them yet, though. I feel like the Mark II belts are... I feel like I just wait and get Mark IIIs because they're so much better, and somehow steel is easier to produce and come by than reinforced iron plates is, which is very odd. It shouldn't be true, but it feels that way, I think, consistently across playthroughs. Alright, if I really am just sitting around waiting for concrete, I guess I should roll up my sleeves and actually dig some up. Do we still have some portable miners? That would be a way to do it. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm sure we have some around. There they are. Not so impure anymore, is it? Go, my little minions. I actually think I'll leave those there, because this constructor isn't working at full speed with the current supply. Yeah, 2/3. So, it actually genuinely is probably a good thing to just top that off every once in a while. So, we're 50 short. Let's harvest. I see a slug. Every time. Second bolt lands right before he pops off. Can I glide up this? It's a little bit too much to ask, I guess. I do wonder if I could catch, like, just the tiniest bit of wind. Nope. Oh well. I tried. I don't care that much about one remains. I don't think I'm going to ramp up to it. Hopefully that was enough time to get ourselves a little bit more concrete. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be a reasonable spot to leave it for the day. We'll have the space elevator built and everything in phases 1 and 2 except for jump pads, I guess, which I am learning have a solid use, but is not going to progression block us without having them. So after this is sorted, we should be in a pretty good spot to move into, I guess, what is technically the second quarter of the game. Not that that is at all linear progress, but I guess there's 9 phases now. But we'll be done with 2 phases, plus phase 0 even. So yeah, this feels like where we should be after one decently long session. But as always, it's very, you feel pulled towards where we're going to be, hopefully soon, which is exciting as well. Alright, we're just going to make these last few by hand. What do we need? I think it's just 25.
Milestone reached. You have been given access to the anti-waste effort for stress testing of materials on Exoplanet's bonus program, also known as Awesome. Your awesome input allows Fixit to comprehend our amazing universe more clearly. In appreciation of this, we have generously set up an internal, closed economy with exclusive rewards and currency. Directing parts of varying quantity and complexity into the Awesome Resource Sink will grant Fixit coupons. These coupons can be redeemed in the Awesome Shop for highly desirable items such as new foundations, walls, factory attachments, cosmetics, parts, and more. Next time you have additional resources, just remember to go that extra kilometer. Go awesome.
Hey, and just finally, now it's raining. Look at that. Just a spritz, just a sprinkle, but it's coming down my screen. Cool. It lands, it splashes. Does it pool up and puddle, or... I mean, the surfaces definitely look wet. They glisten. Can't quite tell, but I think I splash a little bit when I walk. Nice. Well, I'm glad we got to see that. Of course, picking the desert was probably not setting ourselves up for success on that front, but hey, it does happen sometimes. So good timing. Cool. Well, hey, I think that's where we're going to leave it for the day. Pretty solid start, though. And yeah, it's fun to be playing Satisfactory again. And it's really fun to be playing it on the channel for the first time for all y'all. So thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Whether you're catching us live right this second or watching the VOD afterwards, much appreciated. And yeah, definitely do let me know. Leave a comment, post on Discord, whatever it is. Let me know if you'd like to see a full-length edited series in Satisfactory, same as we're doing for other games, like our Captain of Industry series right now. I think it could be fun, but I want to make sure that we're, giving the audience what they want to see. So let me know what you're feeling, what you're thinking. But yeah, until next time though, I will take my leave. We will have our typically scheduled edited video coming out tomorrow, and I think on track for another one on Friday, as usual. But we'll have to hop on and do this again soon as well. I always enjoy streaming and somehow never find myself doing it as often as I'd like to, so hopefully this is part of building that muscle back a bit. At any rate, thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate it, and we'll catch you in the next one. Until then, though, have a great rest of your day, and bye-bye.